and read parts of Psalms 119 for us all, and then we'll get into this great presentation. And today's presentation is presented. That way we can go over some of the chapters and verses that many of the Israelites give without understanding. And they are using these chapters and verses to tell Israel to gather together today and tell Pharaoh something. Well, we want to make sure that we are meditating day and night. And our meditation is with understanding. So we're going to show these particular chapters and verses according to time and place. And that should help us understand if it contains us or not. So that's what today's presentation is all about. And once again, it will be called Meditate Day and Night according to time and place. And Yamin Israel will read Psalms 1 and parts of Psalms 119 for us all. You got the floor, my brother. And it will be recorded. We are recording at this moment. So if there's any disturbance, please put yourself on mute. Thank you. You got the floor, brother.
Shalom, shalom, my brothers and sisters. As my brother stated, I would love everyone to turn to Psalms 1, please. That's Psalms 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the un-Elohimly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of Yahweh, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The un-Elohimly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the un-Elohimly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For Yahweh knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the un-Elohimly shall perish. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 119, please. That's Psalms 119. And I would like everyone to start at the 9th verse. That's 119, 9th verse. If everybody's there, I'll start. The 9th verse says, and we're going to read until the 16th verse. The 9th verse starts, wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way, by taking heed thereto according to thy word. With my whole heart have I sought thee. O let me not wander from thy commandments. Thy word have I hid in my heart, that I may not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Yahweh, Teach me thy statutes. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts, and have respect unto thy ways. I will delight myself in thy statutes, and I will not forget thy word. I would like everyone to turn to verse 97, please. That's verse 9-7.
Still at 119.
Yes, still Psalms 119.
And we're going to read into the 104th verse. That's 104. It reads, "Oh, how love I thy law! It is my meditation all the day. Thou, through thy commandments, hast made me wiser than my enemies, for they are ever with me. I have more understanding than all my teachers, for thy testimonies are my meditation. I understand more than the ancients, because I keep thy precepts. I have refrained my feet from every evil way, that I might keep thy word. I have not departed from thy judgments, for thou hast taught me. How sweet are thy words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth. Through thy precepts I have understanding. Therefore I hate every false way." I would like everyone to forward to verse 145. That's verse 145, and we're going to read to verse 152. We're starting at verse 145. It reads, "I cry with my whole heart. Hear me, O Yahweh. I will keep thy statutes. I cry unto thee, save me, and I shall keep thy testimonies. I prevented the dawning of the morning, and cried, I hoped in thy word. My eyes prevent the night watches, that I might meditate in thy word. Hear my voice according to thy loving kindness. O Yahweh, quicken me according to thy judgment. They draw nigh that follow after mischief. They are far from thy law. Thou art near, O Yahweh, and all thy commandments are truth. Concerning thy testimonies I have known of old, that thou hast confounded them forever. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. And as my brother just stated in Psalms 119, verse 154, it reads, concerning thy testimonies, I have known of old, that thou has founded, not confounded, but has founded them forever. And that's what my brother meant to end this great song by saying that thou has founded them forever. And that's a great point, because we teach that Yahweh changes not. We teach that Yahweh requires that which is past. And many times we had to use the testimonies of those things that were said and that has passed to prove our point, to allow the people to know that we truly do have understanding of the holy. So again, our brother meant to read according to Psalms 152 or Psalms 119, verse 152, concerning thy testimonies I have known of old, that thou hast founded them forever. And we will use these great testimonies today, and we will find ourselves meditating in these testimonies today to be able to show Israel the time and place of these words and the acts of our fathers and the acts of our Creator. I would like to start this great presentation, which is called Meditate Day and Night According to Time and Place, by warning Israel with a few words of wisdom. And the first book of wisdom that I would love to go to and have the listening audience to go to is found in the book of Ecclesiastes. While we turn our holy scriptures to Ecclesiastes, I would like to thank the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything there is in by saying Hallelujah. We all should be in the book of Ecclesiastes, and we are going to the 3rd chapter of Ecclesiastes again, because we tell Israel these same words over and over again, only because they are written, and because many people don't understand time and place. Well, in the book of Ecclesiastes, a book of wisdom, it tells us in the 3rd division, if we pick up at the very first verse of the 3rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, it reads in this wise: to everything, and please at this time get yourself an holy scripture, if you don't have one, a pen and a piece of paper, that we may jot down these most relevant scriptures that will be given today, because we need to learn, and we are confessing today that we are meditating in the Creator's Word. So let's write down these chapters. Let's write down these verses. Let's write down these parallel chapters that put everything together, that allows us to get understanding. So please get yourself a pen, a piece of paper, and an holy scripture, that you may read along with your brother to make sure I add not, nor do I take away anything. Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, the very first verse reads: to everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born, and a time to die. You don't put both of those times together, but wisdom allows us to know there's a time to be born, and the time to be born will not be the time that you die, but there is a time to be born and a time to die. There's a time to plant and a time to pluck up. You don't pluck up that which you plant at the same time. There's a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to break down and a time to build up. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. You don't dance in your mourning. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to rend and a time to sow. A time to keep silence and a time to speak. There's a time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. What profit hath he that works in that wherein he labors? I have seen the travel which Elohim hath given to the sons of men, to be exercised in it. He hath made everything beautiful in his time. Also, he hath set the world in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that Elohim makes from the beginning to the end. I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life. And also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of Elohim. I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Elohim does it that men should fear before him. That which had been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Yahweh requires that which is past. And we're going to use all three instances to explain these chapter and verses that many people truly don't understand or have the knowledge of the time and place that these things transpired. It also tells us in a book of wisdom, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Proverbs, the 4th chapter. The 4th chapter of Proverbs. For it continues to warn us as we read in the 4th division of Proverbs. And it tells us in the 4th division or 4th chapter of Proverbs, if we all pick up at the very first verse. For this chapter allows us to understand the benefits of wisdom. And it tells us, hear, ye children, the instruction of a father, and attend to know understanding. For I give you good doctrine. Forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother. He taught me also, and said unto me, let thy heart retain my words, keep my commandments, and live. Get wisdom, get understanding, forget it not, neither decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom. And with all thy getting, not some of thy getting, but with all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps should not be straitened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble. Take fast hold of instruction, and let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life, which is wisdom. Enter not into the paths of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men. Avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, and pass away. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness, and drink the wine of violence. But the path of the just is as the shining light, that shine more and more into the perfect day. The way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble. My son, attend to my words. Incline thy ear into my sayings. Let them not depart from thy eyes. Keep them in the midst of thy heart. For they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Put away from thee a forward mouth, and perverse lips put far from thee. Let thy eyes look right on, and let thy eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Turn not to the right hand, nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil. And one more place I would love to go to in the book of wisdom is found in the 9th chapter of Proverbs. Let us turn to the 9th chapter of Proverbs. And let us pick up at the 8th verse. Proverbs 9, verse 8, and it reads, Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. It tells us, for by me thy days shall be multiplied, and the years of thy life shall be increased. If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself. But if thou scornest, thou alone shall bear it. So we want to be wise today. We don't want to be forward with our mouths nor our thinking, but we want to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. For the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. And a lot of people don't teach to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, but they always teach that they have wisdom. Well, according to the book of wisdom, that is impossible. For it tells us in the 10th verse of the 9th chapter of Proverbs, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. For one to have wisdom, they must fear Yahweh. And knowledge is not the same as wisdom. So many times we find ourselves with knowledge because someone told us something or because we read something, but we don't truly have wisdom about that knowledge. And the reason why we don't truly have wisdom about that knowledge is because we don't possess the fear of Yahweh. And once we do possess that great fear, then it allows us to know that we truly have wisdom. And from that wisdom, we are to get understanding. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Psalms 19. Psalms 19. And it reads in Psalm 19 something very important that goes hand in hand with today's presentation, which is called again, Meditate Day and Night According to Time and Place. Let us pick up in Psalms 19, and let's start reading at the very first verse. For this psalm I am also using to warn Israel that they may use the ears and that Yahweh has given them, that they may hear, and their eyes that Yahweh has given them, that they may see, that they may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus, Psalms 19 reads in the very first verse, the heaven declare the glory of Elohim, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day into day utter speech, and night into night shows knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them have he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoice as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of heaven, and his circuit into the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of Yahweh is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of Yahweh are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of Yahweh is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of Yahweh is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of Yahweh are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yeah, than much fine gold, sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his error? Cleanse thy me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. As we say each and every week, as it is written in Psalms 19, verse 14, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Yahweh, my strength and my Redeemer. So we warned Israel and the listening audience with the book of Ecclesiastes and with the book of Proverbs and also with the book of Psalms that it is feasible, it is wise, it is understanding to meditate day and night. But don't just meditate day and night. Meditate day and night according to time and place. Because most things that you will read in your Holy Scripture come by way of instructions. So when you meditate day and night according to time and place, you are actually following the instructions. Let us start off by going to the book of Joshua. The book of Joshua. And before we go to the book of Joshua, hold that page, hold that chapter. Let's start off with Exodus 23. And then we will go to the book of Joshua. Let's start off with Exodus 23. Because, again, this presentation is presented to show our brothers and sisters that they are in error in their reading and in their understanding of many passages that they have read. And we're going to go over several of those chapter and verses. But we are doing so to allow our brothers and sisters to know that they are in error. And wisdom told us, if you rebuke a wise man, he will love you, and he will become even wiser. So we want to reroute our brothers and sisters with these great words and hope that they will love us and hope that they will become even wiser. So let's give them another word of warning, for it tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, what was told to our fathers. And what was told to our fathers in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, the first and the second verse is, "Thou shalt not raise a false report," telling the people something that Yahweh has not said, because that would be a false report when the people is looking for what Yahweh has said and done. Thus, the first verse of the 23rd chapter Exodus reads, "Thou shalt not rise a false report, but put not thy hand with the wicked, to be an unrighteous witness." But it also continued to tell us, "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil," something that Yahweh have not told you. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shall thou speak any cause to decline after many to rest judgment." And this rest judgment represents altering, perverting, twisting the judgment that has came out of Yahweh's mouth. And many times we hear people resting judgment when they tell us what we can do while this judgment is laid upon us, or when they tell us what we can do when Yahweh already laid the judgment on the Israelites. That will be altering, that will be perverting, and that will be twisting judgment. And as we just read, it says again, "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shall thou speak any cause to decline after many to rest judgment," or to decline after many to pervert judgment. And we will not this day. Now let us all please turn our scriptures to the book of Joshua, the very first chapter. And it tells us in the book of Joshua, the very first chapter, if we start reading at the very first verse, Joshua 1. And let me correct myself from an error of last week. When you listen to the recording dealing with "our bones are dried and our hope is lost," after listening to it, many times I can't hear myself saying the things I say. I have to hear it again. And when I listened to the recording for the first time, I noticed that, one second, because I think I wrote it down in the notes. Yes, we were speaking on Joshua, and I confused the name Joshua with Joseph. That's what it was. So when we were speaking about Joshua, I said Joseph, and many of you that have heard the recording should have heard the error. Instead of me saying Joshua, the book of Joshua, I said Joshua. Or I said Joseph, should I say it. So I just want to clear that error up. I didn't mean to say Joseph. I meant to say the book of Joshua. And another error, since I'm cleaning up the errors, another error that I made, dealing with the first house that Yahweh placed his name. Many of us already know by way of teaching and by way of reading that first place was called Shiloh. Well, in last or 2 weeks ago recording, I said Salem. For some reason, Salem slipped off my tongue instead of Shiloh. So I'm correcting that. I didn't mean Salem. I meant Shiloh. And I didn't mean Joseph. I meant Joshua. And I just would like to take that time to clear that up. That way we won't have to have any brothers and sisters telling me that I have added or I have taken away. I just slipped those names out, I guess, in my excitement and revealing the truth. I revealed the wrong names for the wrong people. So again, when I wanted to say Joshua, I said Joseph. And when I wanted to say Shiloh, I said Salem. The correct was Joshua, and the correct rendering was Shiloh. Now we should be finding ourselves in the book of Joshua at the very first verse. And it reads, now after the death of Moses, the servant of Yahweh, it came to pass that Yahweh spake unto Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou and all this people, into the land which I do give thee, give to them, even to the children of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses, from the wilderness and this Lebanon, and to the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and into the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your coast. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Be strong and of good courage, for unto this people shall thou divide for an inheritance the land which I swear unto their fathers to give them. And this land that was divided for inheritance was always called all of the children of Israel dwellings. It tells us in the 7th verse, only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses, my servant, commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goes. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For there's a time for everything under the sun. Thus it reads, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For Yahweh, thy Elohim, is with thee, whithersoever thou goes. Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, saying, pass through the host, and command the people, saying, prepare you victuals, for within 3 days ye shall pass over this Jordan, to go in to possess the land which Yahweh, your Elohim, gives you to possess it. And to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, Joshua saying, remember the word which Moses, the servant of Yahweh, commanded you, saying, Yahweh, your Elohim, have given you rest. Note, it even allows us to know that the Israelites was a recipient of rest. It says, giving you rest, and have given you this land. So the land that was your inheritance was the land that you supposed to found yourself resting every 7th day on all the Shabbats that Yahweh spoke of in that land. The 14th verse reads, your wives, your little ones, and your cattle shall remain in the land which Moses gave you on this side Jordan. But ye shall pass before your brethren armed, all the mighty men of valor, and help them, until Yahweh have given your brethren rest, as he have given you. And they also have possessed the land which Yahweh your Elohim give them. Then ye shall return into the land of your possession, and enjoy it, which Moses, Yahweh's servant, gave you on this side of Jordan toward the sunrise. And they answered Joshua, saying, all that thou commandest us, we will do. And whatsoever thou sendest us, or whithersoever thou sendest us, we will go. According as we hearken unto Moses in all things, so will we hearken unto thee. Only Yahweh thy Elohim be with thee, as he was with Moses. Whosoever he be that does rebel against thy commandment, and will not hearken unto thy words, and all that thou commandest him, he shall be put to death. Only be strong and of a good courage. It also tells us again in the book of wisdom, if we go back there one more time real quick, and where we're going is in the book of Ecclesiastes again. Well, we're going to the last chapter, which is the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes. Let us all please turn our scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter. For it tells us in concluding the warnings that we have just given, dealing with this great presentation called Meditate Day and Night, according to time and place. It concludes, if we turn our Holy Scriptures to Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter. And I love to start reading at the very first verse. Before we give the chapter and verses that many of the so-called Israelites truly don't understand, we're going to conclude in this wise. And it reads in Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, the very first verse, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. While the sun or the light or the moon or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain, in the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease, because they are few. And those that look out of the windows be darkened, and the doors shall be shut in the streets. When the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall raise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low, or musket or music shall be brought low. Also, when they shall be afraid of that which is high, and fears shall be in the way, and the almond tree shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goes to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Or ever the silver cord be loose, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern, then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return into Elohim who gave it. Vanity of vanities, said the preacher, all is vanity. And moreover, dealing with the conclusion, and moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yea, he gave good heed, and sought out and set in order many proverbs. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written was upright. Not what you think in your heart, not what you got in your mind, but the preacher, which was Solomon, the preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written was upright, even words of truth. The words of the wise are as galls, and as nails fastened by the masters of assemblies, which are given from one shepherd. They don't change. And further by these, my son, be admonished of making many books. There is no end, and much study, not meditating day and night. according to time and place, but much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Elohim and keep his commandments. For this is the whole duty of man. For Elohim shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Well, let's see, is the understanding of our brothers and sisters good or is it evil? One of the first, and please write these things down, one of the first chapter and verses that I would love to explain is found in Exodus, the 24th chapter. And I have tried to put this in chronological order based on the sayings of the people and the understanding of these chapter and verses. So the very first one that we will deal with is found in Exodus, the 24th chapter, the 3rd to the 8th verse. It is told and it is taught, it is suggested that today we have the blood of the covenant upon us. They use Exodus 24, saying that with this blood of the covenant being upon us, we should be more than ready to hear what Yahweh has said and follow them and go to Washington and everything else. Repent and confess. Well, let us turn our Holy Scriptures to Exodus, the 24th chapter. And let's see, is Exodus 24 talking about a bunch of people in hell? Let us turn our Holy Scriptures to Exodus 24. And as we read in the book of Proverbs, correct a wise man or woman, they will love you, and they will become yet wiser. Well, let's see today. For it tells us in Exodus, the 24th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And mind you, in this meditating day and night, we are also meditating with understanding according to time and place. And when we get to the book of Exodus, the 24th chapter, I would like for us to understand and know, for without a shadow of a doubt, that Exodus, just like Leviticus, just like Numbers, just like Deuteronomy, it denotes the wilderness wandering. It denotes the time of the law being given. And the time of these events, based on my study, was 14, and please write these things down, 1446 BC. 1446 BC all the way to 1406 BC. And if we can count, we see that is 40 years, for the children of Israel dwelt in the wilderness for 40 years. Well, we state that fact, but we also giving the time. We giving the place. The place is in the wilderness during their wandering. The time was 1446 all the way to 1406 was these words spoken that you find in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The time period again was 1446 BC to 1406 BC. The time of counting was not as it is today. In antiquity, the time came from a high number down to a low number. What they call today is the count is from a low number to a high number, like year 1 to 2022. Well, if we counting in antiquity, it would have been year 2000 down to 1. Not 1 to 2000, but 2000 to 1. Today, they count under this system, they count 1 on up. Not so in antiquity. So that's why I am giving the date 1446 BC all the way down to 1406 was the place of the wilderness where the children of Israel found themselves, and within that time period, the Israelites was the recipients of the law. So we gave the time, and we are giving the place. Now let's read the content. For it tells us in Exodus, the 24th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, it reads, and many times when we read our Holy Scripture, if you pick up at the very first verse, it allows us to know the time, and it allows us to know the place, and it allows us to know who they are speaking to and under what reign. So it's very wise to read the first verse of every chapter. Here it tells us, and he said unto Moses, come. So it allows us to know who chapter 24 is talking to. And he said unto Moses, come up into Yahweh, thy, Aaron, Neab, and Abihu, or Naab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near Yahweh. But they shall not come night, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words which Yahweh has said, we will do. And it allows us to know who this people is. And these people find themselves in the wilderness during the year 1446 all the way to 1406 BC, receiving these instructions. But one thing I want everyone on this list, on this call, to pick up is that they are truly under the covenant. So all that we're about to read from 1446 to 1406 are dealing with people that are freed in the wilderness among their Creator under the covenant of the law. Thus, it reads in the 4th verse, and Moses wrote all the words of Yahweh, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And please take note, it said that he built 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Well, what do the 12 tribes of Israel denote? It denotes the nation. Today, we are being taught, because people are forward in their speaking, we are being taught that if you think you know who somebody is, that is the nation. And the reason why I said it like that is because many people say that Levi, Yehuda, and Benjamin, some people add Simeon, is in America. And since they think that these people are in America, the nation is in America. They are calling us a nation today, which is totally incorrect. For we read in this 4th verse how Moses built the 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And that denoted everybody that agreed to do all that Yahweh said. It is the nation of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrifices, peace offerings and oxen unto Yahweh. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant and read in the audience of the people. And they said, not you and I, but they said, all that Yahweh has said will we do and be obedient. And Moses took the blood once the people agreed, took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahweh hath made with you concerning all these words. Well, we read in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, the 1st verse, and it allowed us to know that there is a time and season for everything under the sun. And at this time and at this season, the children of Israel found themselves free in the wilderness with their Creator under this great covenant, and the blood was sprinkled upon them to witness and to justify them saying the things that they agreed to do. And that was not the best they can. It was not to give Yahweh a benefit of a doubt, but it was said, all that Yahweh has said will we do and be obedient. So it allows us to know who these people actually were. And again, it says in the 8th verse, and Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahweh hath made with you concerning all these words. Then went up Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the Elohim of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were, the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel, he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim and did eat and drink. So here it allows us to know, based on what we just read, it told us who the people were. It allows us to know where they are. It allows us to see the acts that Moses put upon the people, sanctifying them to the word that they have admitted. and have confessed it that they will obey. So the question is asked, is this you and I? The elders are teaching that we are under the blood of the covenant. Is that a true statement based on what you read with your own eyes? Or is Exodus 24 allowing us to know the history of the Israelites coming out of Egypt and the history of the Israelites agreeing to do all that Yahweh have commanded them while they find themselves in the wilderness? Which one is it? Because we have elders that are teaching that we are under the blood of the covenant this day. And that is truly false because the covenant is broken. And many times I find myself confused because some of these people that have just taught that we are under the blood of the covenant are teaching that we're not under the law, that we're not under the Sabbath. They teach every week we're not under the Sabbath, but then you come backbiting, saying that we are under the blood of the covenant. You can't have it both ways. There's a time and there's a season for everything. So you can't have it both ways. You're either under the covenant or you're not. You're either under the blood of the covenant or you're not. And based on us being born in hell, it is a witness that we are not. Because these people that is agreeing to the words of Yahweh that came out of the mouth of Moses are not in hell, but instead they find themselves in the wilderness, saved, redeemed, salvation shown to them, the words of life given to them under the covenant of the law with their Creator. And we do not find ourselves with none of the above. So this should be easy to prove that our brothers and sisters have truly erred, those that are teaching that Israel is under the blood of the covenant. Please write down any comments, any questions, or any concerns that you might have for the first chapter and verses that we have given, which is Exodus, the 24th chapter. And at the end of the presentation, we will solicit all comments and questions. The next chapter and verse that we will deal with is found, as I stated, I was trying to go chronological order. So the next comment or chapter and verse that the elders and them have used and have taught in error is found in the book of Leviticus. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Leviticus, the 26th chapter. We have elders that is teaching today that we are to take heed and obey Yahweh according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And most times they are only relating it to the 40th, to the 42nd verse. So they're only speaking about two verses, which, as we have read, all that Yahweh has said, every word of Elohim is pure. So a lot of times, if you take it in that stance, that every word of Elohim is pure, and you read all the words together, you get a better understanding of who who he talking to and when. Again, the book of Leviticus, the 22nd chapter, the 26th chapter, denotes the time period of 1446 BC to 1406 BC. We have the same time period for Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But at least we are giving the time period. The time period that these things were said, again, was 1446 BC, all the way down to 1406 BC, even the book of Leviticus. So let us all turn to the book of Leviticus, and let's read the content that we find in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And as we read to get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, please keep in mind, please take note that these people was free, that they were saved, redeemed, and with their Creator under the covenant of the law. And please take note, what we done read so far in the book of Exodus, and what we're about to read in the book of Leviticus, and what we're about to read in the book of Deuteronomy. The Israelites were under the covenant. These words are not spoken to the Israelites before they were under the covenant. These words initiates the covenant. These are the words of the covenant. So these people that are recipient of these statutes of life are truly under the covenant of the law. Now compare that with you today. Is that you? Are you free? Are you saved? Are you in the midst of your Creator by a pillar of fire at night and a cloudy pillar by day? Absolutely not. So these words are not you, nor are these words talking to you. But these words do allow us to know the history of the Israelites and their Creator. Thus, we find in this great history, I'll pick up at the first verse, because we must understand the content and who is talking to and what it demands. It tells us in the very first verse what was said to the Israelites in the wilderness during the time of 1446 BC all the way to 1406 BC. And it reads, "Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall you set up any image of stone in your land." Is this speaking about wherever you are at, or is this talking about a particular geographical location? It is the latter. "To bow down into it, for I am Yahweh your Elohim. Ye shall keep my Sabbaths." And please take note of all of what is being said, because what our brothers and sisters is teaching in error come out of this chapter. So if what is being said in the 40th to the 42nd verse is correct, then what was said from the first verse to the 42nd verse must be correct. And it must be dealing with a people, it must be dealing with a time, and it must be dealing with a place. Let's read. It tells us in the second verse, ye shall keep my Sabbaths. And note, the Sabbath is plural. So it's speaking about all the Sabbaths. Ye shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. If ye walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase. And note what they will be a recipient of. They will be a recipient of rain in due season, for there is a time for everything and a season. So the Almighty promised our fathers, the Israelites, in the wilderness, according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 4th verse, if they obey, that he will give them rain in due season. In the land, not wherever you are at. The Almighty is talking to our forefathers, and the Almighty was taking our forefathers to this land. So he wasn't giving them command for wherever they find themselves. He was giving them command for where he was taking them, as it reads, Israel. Thus it read again in the 4th verse, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. And your thrustling shall reach into the vintage, and the vintage shall reach into the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. Is that talking about us today? And I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will rid evil beasts out of the land, neither shall the sword go through your land. Is that talking about us today who call themselves Israel? The 7th verse reads, and ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. Is that talking about the so-called Israelite today? For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. Is that talking about the so-called Israelite today? And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. Is that talking about the so-called Israelite today? And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. Is that talking about the so-called Israelite today? Even though we got Moray's teaching that there is a sanctuary among them today. The 12th verse reads, and I will walk among you, and will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people. Israel, is that talking about you today? I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be their bondsmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, and make you go upright. Is that talking about the so-called Israelites today? The 14th verse reads, And the 14th verse begins with the punishment for disobeying. Disobeying what we just read from the first verse to the 13th verse. And it reads, but if, and it also allows us to know that these words are conditional. For it reads again in the 14th verse, but if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all, not some, not the best you can. The Almighty is not asking for a benefit of a doubt. It reads, and will not do all these commandments. And if the condition, ye shall despise my statutes, or if the condition, your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant. So far, in us trying to get understanding, it allows us to know that if you don't do all, you break the covenant. To obey the covenant is to do all. And could this represent us today when we got many people teaching to do the best you can? When we got many people teaching to give Yahweh the benefit of a doubt? When we got many people teaching, no, Yahweh changed. He changed his mind. Y'all don't do the judgment no more. He going to do it. Is this us? Is the 15th verse talking about the so-called Israelites that were born in hell without a covenant? Is this speaking about the so-called Israelite born in hell without the knowledge of a covenant and the covenant already being broken? Absolutely not. And you won't find one word in here that will denote you. Thus, it reads in the 16th verse, I also will do this into you. Into who? The children of Israel that find themselves free in the wilderness among their Creator. I also will do this into you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning urge that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart, and ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. Because this denotes the punishment for disobedience. This denotes the evil that Yahweh will lay upon the Israelites, that he has redeemed, that he has saved, that he has put under the covenant of the law. These evils will befall them if they do not obey all that Yahweh have commanded them. And why not? Because everything that we will read that Yahweh have commanded our fathers seemed to be very easy. It seemed to be very easy. It wasn't one thing that Yahweh commanded our fathers to do that was hard. They were just hard-headed. There was not one thing. Read your entire Bible and tell me the thing that was hard to do. There was not one thing that Yahweh commanded Israel to do that was hard. They was just hard-headed. It tells us, Israel, in the 18th verse, and if ye will not yet for all this hearken to me. So it allows us to know these people was being warned and even punished for them to return back to obedience. Not so with us. It tells us, and if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. Is that us today? Or have we been born into the punishment? And I will break the pride of your power. What power? And I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass, and your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land, it can't be talking about us today, because we have no possession. We have no inheritance, nor do we have our own land. But here it tells our fathers, the Israelites that was free under the covenant, and your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land that you inherit, the land that you possess, all of your dwellings shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land, your land, yield their fruits. And if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if ye will not be reformed, is this talking to us? Or is it talking to someone that is truly under the covenant of the law and have truly agreed to do every word? It tells us in the 23rd verse, and if ye will not be reformed by me, by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then will I also walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you. Don't forget what you read in Exodus 24. Where here it says, and I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge. Please take note that there is a quarrel going on. And I must ask the listening audience and anyone that hear this recording, is this quarrel between the Almighty and the so-called people that call themselves Israel? Or is this quarrel between those that found themselves in the wilderness free among their Creator under the covenant of the law that refuses to obey? Let's read. For it tells us in the 25th verse, and I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, not within the cities of the heathens or the cities of the enemies, but the Almighty is speaking about when the hard-headed people gather themselves together within their dwellings, within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. Is that talking about you today? Because you are already in the hand of the enemy. So it can't be talking to you today. And I am going verse to verse because I want you to understand who this is talking to, when it was said, and where it was said. We know that it was 1446 to 1406. We know that it was in the wilderness, but for some reason, the people don't know who the people is. They say it's talking to us. I'm proving today that it is talking to the Israelites, and we are reading the history of the Israelites by way of law, for they were truly under the law. Not so with you and I. It reads in the 26th verse, and when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat and not be satisfied. And if ye will not at all, and if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury, and even I will chastise you 7 times for your sins. Is that talking about the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today? Or is it talking about a free people that find themselves in the wilderness under the covenant of the law? It reads, again in the 27th verse, and if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury. And even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons. Is this talking about the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today? Or is it talking about the fathers, the Israelites of old? And we can prove that it is not speaking about us today. I don't know the history of us today where we ate the flesh of our sons, but I can show the history of the Israelites eating the flesh of their sons. So it truly was talking about those that was under the covenant of the law, and not you and I. It tells us in the 29th verse again, and ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall you eat. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. Is this talking about the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israelite today? And many of the Israelites find themselves in many forms of idolatry. Is this 30th verse speaking about you and I today? And I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries into desolation, even though we got Moray's teaching that they have sanctuaries. This is not talking about you and I. It is talking about our fathers that found themselves in the land of promise, building many sanctuaries to commit idolatry. But he said he will bring your sanctuaries into desolation, and I will not smell the Savior of your sweet odors, meaning they were also sacrificing. Not so with Mr. and Mrs. Israel today. The 32nd verse reads of Leviticus 26, and I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. Is this verse talking about Mr. and Mrs. Israel today? The 33rd verse reads, and I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Is this talking about Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today? Absolutely not. And we haven't found one verse that's speaking about the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel yet. Thus it reads in the 34th verse, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbath, after Yahweh have scattered you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. The 34th verse reads, then, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, all of them, as long as it lie desolate, and ye be in your enemy lands. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. Is this speaking about the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israelite of the day? Absolutely not. This 34th verse was done among those that were under the covenant, that was in their own dwellings, and we have testimony by way of Scripture what time and place these things were done. Many people don't want to believe their brother, but I have taught many times that these things was done in Babylon. So the things that Yahweh promised our fathers and condemned our fathers with truly came to pass. It came to pass in Babylon, verbatim, dealing with the Sabbath and dealing with the land, enjoying it. So again, the 34th verse is not talking about Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today. The 35th verse reads, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths, when ye dwelt upon it. When you read the whole verse, it allows us to know that this is not concerning Mr. and Mrs. Israelite of today, because it talks about where the things are being done. It says, when ye dwelt upon it. None of the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israelites have ever dwelt on that land. So how could it be talking about you? You mean he's punishing you for what the original Israelites did on their land under the covenant? Absolutely not. This was truly said to those that were under the covenant, and once they broke that covenant, these things truly came to pass, and we have the testimonies to back it up. It has nothing to do with you and I today, besides giving us the history of what transpired. It also tells us in the 35th verse, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths. Well, the people saying they keeping the Sabbath today, but they ain't on the land that they supposed to keep the Sabbath. So it's not talking about you today. It's talking about the people that was actually on the land, that was actually defiling the Sabbath. For it read again in the last sentence, when it says, when ye dwelt upon it, and upon them that are left alive of you. Please take note, because we need to know, is this talking about the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today, or is it talking about those that were under the covenant? For it reads in the 36th verse, and upon them that are left alive of you. Now, how in the heck that's us? When we just now being born, the scripture told us, and that's why I took us there, in the book of wisdom, Ecclesiastes 3. There's a time to be born, and there's a time to die. Now, the question is asked to the listening audience, and whoever hear this recording, it reads in the 36th verse, and upon them that are left alive of you. Is that talking about us? For you to be left alive, you're going to be about 2,000 years old if it's talking about you. Or older. We that have eyes and can see know that this is not talking about us today. And we are reading each verse. That way, when we get up to the 40th, to the 42nd verse, we would know ain't nothing changed. The Almighty talking to those people that was under that covenant. It was not talking to some people that have never had the opportunity to choose life or death. It is not talking about some people that need to be saved. The people it's talking to have already been saved. And these sayings were not said to them until they were saved. Not before. But the way Mr. and Mrs. Israel apply it today, Yahweh have changed. And he's saying it to us before we get under the covenant. And that is new. When we just read there's nothing new under the sun. But that is new because that is not written. These things and these people was warned because they were under the covenant of the law, because they were free, and because they were on their way to the land of promise with Yahweh. Thus, it continue to tell us, again in the 36th verse, and upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursues, and they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursues, and ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies. Is this speaking about the Mr. and Mrs. Israel today? And mind you, the Mr. and Mrs. Israel of the day, they speak as if they have power. They done set their date of September the 16th, 2023, where they're going to go up before their enemy and tell their enemy whatever they're going to tell their enemy and confess to Yahweh whatever they're going to confess before the enemy. Well, here it says, if you was this people, it tells us, as we get to the 40th verse, it tells us again, in the last sentence, ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies. and ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And they that are left of you, please take note, they that are left of you, please take note where it says, and I think I might have passed 37, so let me go back and read that 37. But also take note where it reads, where it says that at. I read before it says, they that are left of you. I thought I read, they that, let me find it right quick. Oh, in the 36th verse. So in the 36th verse it says, and upon them that are left alive of you. So we got left alive. And then, let me read 37 right quick. It says, and they shall fall one upon another as it was before a sword, when none pursues, and ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies. And then we should find ourselves at the 39th verse and note the rendering. It says, and they that are left of you shall pine away. So you got those that are left alive of you in the 36th verse, and in the 39th verse you got, and they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquities in your enemy land, and also in the iniquities of your fathers shall they pine away with them. Is that the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of the day? Absolutely not. For it tells us, if they, it's talking about a particular people. It's talking about a particular time. It's talking about a particular place. And it's talking about a particular thing. And the thing is them being under the covenant of the law. And if they break it or not, if they obey or not. It can't change. The content can't be those under the law and then it changes to those that ain't. These words was told to our fathers, or told to the Israelites, in the year 1446 BC, all the way down to 1406 BC. And it wasn't talking about no niggas in 2022. And the reason I said it like that, because the so-called elders are truly confused. Because there are 12 tribes of Israel. 12 tribes of Israel do not denote every black man on earth. But when they call for the march, it's whoever adhere to their appeal. Long as you're black, I guess. But all black people are not Israelites. It continued to tell us, again in the 39th verse, and they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity. And note what they are pining away in your enemy's lands. And also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. Is this the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today? And it's absolutely not. And I have asked the elders and many other people, according to this 39th verse, if this is you and I, what is the iniquity? And I had people tell me, even the elders, just look at the news. They told me, the same people that's trying to push this mess told me, just look at the news and you will see the iniquity. That is not the iniquity that we find Yahweh telling Moses to tell the children of Israel in the wilderness during the years of 1446 BC down to 1406 BC. What's on the news is not here. Why should it be when we hearing the voice of the true and living Elohim? We don't have to look at no news. It was told to our fathers. They heard it from the voice, from the mouth of the Creator. So when I ask you, what is our iniquities, you got to show us what our iniquities is based on these words. And you can't, because we've never been under the covenant of the law. See, you got to break the covenant of the law to commit to sin, the iniquities and abominations that is mentioned. Because when we prove who these people is, we are always able to show the iniquity, the sin, and the abomination that they committed. Because Yahweh righteous all the time. So he ain't punishing a bunch of people for them not obeying. For them obeying, he punishing them because they did not obey. So there is iniquities. And if we didn't have understanding of the scriptures, we couldn't even tell the people the iniquities of the Israelites, because you wasn't there. You're not part of it. So the only way you can even tell us the iniquities of the Israelites that you call your father, you got to go in this book and read the history. That's the only way you can tell anyone the iniquities of your fathers. Well, that sounds like we finding out who Yahweh talking about. They already know. So it can't be us. We got to, as we name the presentation, meditate day and night, according to time and place, to find out the iniquities of our fathers. Not so to the people that Yahweh is condemning if they break his covenant. So that truly proves that that is not speaking about us. Unless someone at the end of the presentation would love to show the testimonies of us being that people and us committing those iniquities that is mentioned in the 40th or in the 39th verse. Thus it reads in the 40th verse. And please take note, because our elders are telling us this is one of the main reasons why we find ourselves stuck in hell, why we find ourselves not saved, why we find ourselves hoping that Yahweh remember the covenant, but he won't, until we come before the world and before the Creator and confess our iniquities. Where it tells us in the 40th verse that the Almighty told Moses to tell the children of Israel that was in the wilderness free under the covenant of the law. It tells us in the 40th verse, if they shall confess their iniquities and the iniquities of their fathers with their trespass. Please, somebody at the end of the presentation, tell us what is our trespass today. It says, which with their trespass, which they trespassed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me. We have never walked contrary to the Creator. You got to be under the covenant of the law to walk contrary. It also tells us in the 41st verse, and that I also have walked contrary to them. The Almighty has not walked contrary to us because we have never been on the path yet. We have never had the opportunity to choose life and death. We have never been under the covenant. We have never seen the promised land. We ain't even saved. So how are we walking contrary to the Most High? It reads in the 41st verse, and that I also have walked contrary to them. That was our fathers, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. That land was Babylon. Then, if their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquities. And many of the Israelites in the days of Jeremiah did not want to accept the punishment, and they ran from the punishment even though they still was punished. But these words go hand in hand with the testimonies of our fathers, not of some Johnny-come-lately that was born 2,000 years later. The 42nd verse reads, talking to those that was under the covenant of the law, finding themselves among their Creator, free in the wilderness. The 42nd verse reads, then, for there is a time for everything and a season, will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. So just like it's talking about remembering a certain people, it's also talking about remembering a certain land, which you and I have never been on, nor given. Thus, the 43rd verse reads, the land also shall be left of them. Of who? Those that were brought under the covenant, those that Yahweh is speaking about and speaking to in the wilderness, and their children. Thus it reads, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate without them. And they, those that were under the covenant of the law, that walked it contrary to Yahweh, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity. Why? Because they despise my judgment. That is not you and I, Israel. And because they're sold or hoard my statutes. Many of us don't even know the statute. How are you going to hoard something you don't even know? And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I hoard them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them. And what covenant is that? Many people thought he was talking about the covenant of the law. It is the covenant, the unconditional covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's how Israel gets back in the land, by a unconditional covenant, not by a covenant that you call yourself doing the best you can. Absolutely not. But the covenant that is mentioned here is the covenant that Yahweh made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, dealing with the land. To break my covenant with them, for I am Yahweh their Elohim. But I will, please take note, but I will, for their sake, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their Elohim. I am Yahweh.
So again, Israel, the question is this the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today, or do these words belong and denote and testify against the Israelites that were saved out of Egypt, that was under the covenant of the law, and that was brought in the land of promise? It was the latter. And when I read these verses, I tried to put as much emphasis on them as I could to allow the listening audience to know that this book of Leviticus denoted a people that was under the covenant. And I have said this many times, but for some reason our brothers and sisters don't see it that way. Well, let's see, do the Creator see it that way? Let's see, did Moses see it that way? And let's see if the people that Moses was talking to see it that way. And all we have to do to justify ourselves is to read the very next verse, the last verse that is found in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, which is the 46th verse, and it reads, "These are the statutes and judgments and laws which Yahweh made between him and the children of Israel." Where at? The ones in Cincinnati? The ones in Atlanta? The ones in St. Louis? The ones in Chicago? Absolutely not. It reads, again, "These are the statutes and judgments and laws which Yahweh made between him and the children of Israel." Where at? What year? In Mount Sinai, 1446 BC, in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses. And you want to say this is us? You want to say this belongs to us? You want to teach the world today that these words is for us to come out and confess? You got to be kidding. Even Moses had more sense to that, and allow anyone that have eyes to see to know these are the statutes and judgments, which many people teach that we're not under today. We can't do the judgments. But here it says, "These are the statutes and judgments and laws which Yahweh made, covenanted between him and the children of Israel." Where at? In Mount Sinai, by the hand of Moses. So again, as I have taught over and over again, we are reading the history of our fathers, and Leviticus 26 belonged it to our fathers that were under the covenant of the law, that was free among their Creator in the wilderness, that was being taken to the land of promise. And Moses ended, in case one was in doubt, he ended allowing us to know everything we just read was under the covenant of the law. These are the terms and conditions of the covenant of the law, made between those that he chose to make his covenant with, which was none other than the children of Israel coming out of Egypt, not the so-called children of Israel finding themselves in America and scattered abroad. That is not, these words are not for them. These words were for the people that it was given to. And we are fortunate enough to have the history thereof. It also tells us, or another chapter and verse that many of the Israelites have taught incorrect, and are using to solicit the people to march with them or to gather themselves together, however they are saying it. I think it's gathering themselves together to go to Washington. Well, another chapter and verse that they have used is Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. Let us all please turn there, please. And as you are turning to Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, please keep in mind, please take note that Deuteronomy 30 was said and given to the children of Israel under the covenant of the law. And it was given, what we're reading right now in Deuteronomy 30, it would have been given in the year 1406. And one should ask, well, the brother been saying 1446 so far, dealing with Exodus, Leviticus. Now, when we get to Deuteronomy, he's actually saying 1406. And the reason why I am using the date 1406 BC is because I understand, as you should understand, that the book of Deuteronomy represents the 40th year of their wandering. If you take 40 from 46, you get 6. So Deuteronomy is preached and was given during the year 1406 BC. And it was still given to those that was free, that found themselves in the wilderness under the statutes of life among their Creator. It has nothing to do with you and I. Let's read. Besides giving us knowledge of the history of the Israelites. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, and please mind you, it is talking to the people under the covenant. It is not talking to a bunch of strangers. It is telling the Israelites that's under the covenant what they will endure if they broke the covenant, or how it is suggested what they should say or do if they break the covenant. And that right there, for those that have wisdom, should know that it's not talking about you and I, because we ain't under the covenant. We haven't broken the covenant. So how could it be talking about us? Let's read. Starting at the very first verse of Deuteronomy, most times they only use the first 3 verses. It is too much content in this chapter to try to explain 3 verses. All of these verses go together. All of these verses was told and reiterated to the children of Israel in the 40th year of their wandering. Well, let's see what it contains. It reads, and all it's talking about is Yahweh promise is consistent. It remains consistent because he changes not. Thus it reads, and it shall come to pass, for there's a time for everything under the sun and a season, when all these things are come upon thee. Let's stop, because we're trying to find out if it's us. The elders have taught it incorrect. The elders have taught it terribly, and they have put this burden on many people, trying to get them to do what they want them to do. Well, it starts off by saying, and it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse. Let's stop. It's talking to some people that's alive. And it's talking to some people that is truly blessed if they are among the Creator and obeying his voice. I must stop and ask the listening audience, when were you blessed from the day that you have been born? I would love for someone at the end of the presentation refute their brother on this comment and show us where we have been a recipient of all these things, the blessing and the curses. Many of us today are waking up and we resemble a lot of the things that have befallen us. We resemble them as the curses. But none of you can resemble anything that you have endured in this man's land that you think is good as a blessing. And any time that you find yourself confused about mercy and blessing, all you got to do is pick up the book of Deuteronomy, go back 2 chapters from where we find ourselves right now, which is the 30th chapter, go to the 28th chapter, read the first 14 verses, and that will allow you to know what the blessings were. And today, there is none of us that is under the blessings. There is none of us under the blessings today. If so, please show me what verse that you are under according to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 1st to the 14th verse. Pick any one of them and try to apply it to yourself today. And if you can, you are truly blessed. If you can't, you are not. Because Yahweh got the blessings listed for those that was under the covenant of the law and for those that was truly recipients of blessings. So it's talking to those people, and it says to them, all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee in the 28th chapter, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations where the Yahweh thy Elohim hath driven you. So when you are driven out of the land, talking to the fathers that's getting these instructions, they will find themselves in a land, and then they would call to mind the blessings that they endured, and they would call to mind how they disobeyed and broke the covenant. So they would call to mind the curses that have fallen them. It reads, and shall return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice again, because that's the only thing you broke. You broke his voice, so now you're returning into Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to the best you can? Absolutely not. Do he want us to give him the benefit of a doubt, knowing that we're in captivity? Absolutely not. It says, and shall return into Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day. And it allows you to know that they truly under the commandments, they truly under the covenant, because it says again, his voice according to all that I command thee this day. Thy and thy children, those that are with you, not some children, some Johnny-come-lately 22,000 years later. No, it's talking about the children among these people, the children that they haven't, the children that did worse than them. That's who the children they talking about, not some bunch of Johnny-come-lately finding themselves in America and scattered abroad. It reads, thy and thy children with all thy heart and with all thy soul. So if you return to Yahweh and obey his voice, according with all thy heart and with all thy soul, it sounds like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like to me that they are back under the covenant of the law. How could you not be under the covenant of the law if you have returned back, if you have returned into Yahweh and obeyed all his voice according to all that I command you this day, with all thy heart and with all thy soul? How could that person not be under the covenant of the law? I need somebody to explain this to me, because I have asked over and over again. If you turn back to Yahweh with all your heart, all your soul, obey all his voice, are you not back under the covenant of the law? And the same people that use these verses, they say we're not under the covenant of the law. We got some people smart enough to say you're under the covenant of the law and use these chapters and verses. And then we got some that ain't that smart, use the same chapter and verses, and they say we're not under the covenant of the law. But if any man was in this condition and did all that Yahweh says here, then he is truly under the covenant of the law. Let's read. It says in the 3rd verse that then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whether Yahweh thy Elohim has scattered thee. And we know from 1406 BC, through the times that our fathers lived in the land, that they were scattered many times. And Yahweh, by his mercy, brought them out. And when he brought them out, the children of Israel was to obey all that Yahweh had said. They was to obey him with all their heart and all their soul. And this is dealing with the history of these people, not us today, but we got testimonies of those things happening to these people, as it is written. And we also have testimonies speaking a little different, where the Almighty told our fathers in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, verse 9, also in Nehemiah 1, verse 9, where we have testimonies where the Almighty said that while the people, your brothers and your sisters, your sons and your daughters and your wives be in captivity, he said, if you return here while you in the land, if you return now, then I will show compassion upon your wives, your fathers, your sons, your daughters that find themselves in captivity. So even though we have this rendering here in Deuteronomy 30, the testimony shows that the return and the confession was only done in the land. And when our fathers obeyed that with all their heart and all their soul, then our brothers, our sisters, our children, our wives, our husbands found compassion among the enemies that they were scattered to. It tells us, Israel, again in the 3rd verse, that then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whether Yahweh thy Elohim have scattered thee. If any of thine, please take note, be driven into the uttermost parts of heaven. That ain't where they was to return. That ain't where they was to confess. But the Almighty told us, according to 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, the 9th verse, if you obeyed and turned and repented, then I will show compassion upon thy brothers, thy sisters, thy children, thy husbands, thy wives that have been scattered. Thus you read here, and if any of thy be driven out into the uttermost parts of heaven, from thence will Yahweh thy Elohim gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. And Yahweh thy Elohim will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, all of your dwellings. And he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And Yahweh thy Elohim will circumcise thy heart. Note, it says if they return with all their heart and soul. But in the 6th verse it reads, and Yahweh thy Elohim will circumcise thy heart and the heart of thy seed, to love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. So it sounds like, even though it speak about all your heart and soul in the 2nd verse, it allows us to know how that will actually be done. And it will be done by Yahweh circumcising thy heart. Not you. It don't say you will circumcise your heart. It also talk and tell the people that came under the covenant in the wilderness, and it was reiterated in the 40th year. In the 7th verse it reads, and Yahweh thy Elohim will put all these curses upon thy enemies and upon them that hate thee, which prosecute thee, because Yahweh already promised our fathers, they that bless thee shall be cursed, but they that curse thee shall be cursed. So the curses is put back on the enemy. The 8th verse reads, and thou shalt return and obey the voice of Yahweh. Note, and thou shalt return and obey the voice of Yahweh, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, because they were truly under the covenant of the law. And Yahweh thy Elohim will make thee plenteous in every work of thy hand, dealing with the blessings, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy land, for good. For Yahweh will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy fathers. The 10th verse reads, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the law, note, and if thou turn unto Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul, as it reads in Deuteronomy 6:5, for this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. So that which Yahweh commanded our fathers was not hidden, nor was it far off. It is not in heaven, that thou should say, who shall go up for us to heaven, and note, and bring it into us. Well, why would you have to bring the word into them if the elders are correct? For the elders teach that word supposed to be done forever, wherever you at. If that is the case, why is Yahweh telling our fathers that the law, the command, is not in heaven, where one got to go to heaven? And no, you don't go to heaven and do it there. You go, it says one had to go to heaven and bring it back. Why does they have to bring it back? Because it was commanded to be done in that land only. Then it reads, that we may hear it and do it. The 13th verse, neither is it beyond the sea, that thou should say, who shall go over the sea for us and know, and bring it into us? Well, we find ourselves over the sea today, and people is teaching that we are to do that law over the sea, wherever you find yourself, but not so according to Deuteronomy 30. If it was over the sea, and you found yourself over the sea, it didn't give you the right to do what Yahweh commanded our fathers over the sea, nor in heaven. But you read and you find out by wisdom that you still would have had to bring it back to that land and do it. So all that we have read so far in Deuteronomy 30 denotes what is to be done in the land and how the people would be punished if they did not, and then how the Almighty will forgive them. And they still had to do whatever Yahweh commanded them in that land, and not the best of their ability, but all. Thus it reads in the 14th verse, but the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. See, I have set before thee this day life. No, Israel, we have never had a day like this, the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of the day. This was done, and we are fortunate to have the history and the testimony of these things being done for our fathers that was free among their Creator under the covenant of the law. And it reads again in the 15th verse, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil, in that I command thee this day. Look what was commanded to our fathers, not commanded to the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today, but what was commanded to our fathers in the 40th year of their wandering. In the book of Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, the 16th verse, and it reads, in that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, which many of the so-called Israelites of today teach that we are not under, that thou mayest live and multiply. And Yahweh thy Elohim, note, shall bless thee in the land whether thou goes to possess it, not wherever you are at. But if thy heart turn away, so you had to become blessed. The people he's talking about have became blessed, and then they turned away. That is not you and I this day. It says, but if thy heart turn away, so that thou will not hear, but shall be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them, I denounce unto you this day, the 40th year of your wandering, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land. This can never be talking about us, because we have not spent one day on the land. Whether thy passes over Jordan to go to possess it, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, those that's under the covenant of the law, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life. The Almighty told our fathers what to choose, that both thy and thy seed may live. that thou mayest love Yahweh thy Elohim, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him. For he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell your dwellings in the land which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. And the Almighty never swore to Abraham, nor to Isaac, nor to Jacob, that wherever you at is your dwellings. Wherever you find yourself is what I promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You will never find that. Thus, it has always been speaking about the land of promise. The land of promise have always been your possession. The land of promise have always been your inheritance. And the land of promise have always been all of your dwellings. So again, brothers and sisters, Deuteronomy 30 is not Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today. It does not belong to Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today, but it truly allows Mr. and Mrs. Israel of today to know the history of our fathers and what was said to them in the 40th year of their wandering, which many of the so-called elders and mores have terribly misinterpreted. The next place that we will go is 1 Kings. Let us go to 1 Kings. And this 1 Kings that we're going to was said and the things done 480 years after the Egyptian captivity. We're going to 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, because many people teach that 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, belongs into us. They teach that it has not actually occurred, or they teach that it's from generation to generation. Well, again, 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, was spoken to the people, and the time was 480 years after the children of Israel came out of Egypt, and the place was Jerusalem in the land of promise. And I would like to go to 1 Kings 6 to back up what I just said. 1 Kings 6, and then let's go to chapter 8. 1 Kings chapter 6 tells us, if we start at the first verse, and that's all we will read. That's all I need to show that what I just said wasn't something out of Brother Samuel's head, but straight out the book. Thus it tells us in 1 Kings chapter 6, the first verse. And it came to pass in the 480 years after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt. And all you got to do is count 1406 and add 480 years, and it will give you the year. So I'm showing that 480 years after the children of Israel came out of Egypt, these words were said. And it allows us to know that they were said to the Israelites that were under the covenant of the law in the land of promise. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to the 8th chapter of 1 Kings. And it allows us to know that this was the time that Solomon brought the ark of Elohim into the temple that he just built. And it allows us to know in this chapter that Solomon addressed the people. And after he addressed the people, Solomon gave a prayer, or it is known as Solomon Temple Prayer. And this prayer was to ask Yahweh to watch over this house, to watch over the people, even the strangers that prayed toward this house, that Yahweh will show mercy toward the people. And a lot of people, the so-called elders, don't understand that these words was conditional. So once Solomon made his prayer, the Almighty appeared into Solomon and answered his prayer and allowed him to know that there was a condition attached. I will pick up at the I'll pick up at the 22nd verse. I'm not going to read every verse. In your spare time, searching for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, please read every verse if you have not. And if you don't remember the content, please read every verse. Due to time restraint, I will not be able to read every verse. So I will pull a few verses out to give us a understanding of what Solomon was praying about and how our so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israelites of today misunderstand the condition and the prayer. In the 22nd verse of 1 Kings 8, it reads, let me read the first verse first. Let me read the first verse of 1 Kings 8, and then we'll go straight to 22. It says in the first verse of 1 Kings 8, then Solomon, or Shlomo, assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes, the chief of the fathers of the children of Israel, and to King Shlomo, or King Solomon, in Jerusalem, that they might bring up the ark of the covenant of Yahweh out of the city of David, which is Zion. And then the 22nd verse reads, and Solomon stood before the altar of Yahweh in the presence of all the congregation of Israel, and spread forth his hands toward heaven. And he said, Yahweh Elohim of Israel, there is no Elohim like thee, in heaven above or on earth beneath, who keeps covenant and mercy with thy servants that walk before thee with all their heart, who have kept with thy servant David, my father, that thou promised him, thou speakest also with thy mouth, and hast fulfilled it, note, done, with thy hand, as it is this day. Therefore now, Yahweh Elohim of Israel, keep with thy servant David, my father, that thy promise him. And what was promised to David? Many of the elders got this wrong. They teach that David coming back. But that's not what was promised, nor is that what Solomon praying to Yahweh about. But this is what Solomon is praying to Yahweh about, and this is what Yahweh promised David. And it reads, there shall not fail thee a man in my sight to sit on the throne of Israel, so that thy children take heed to their way, that they walk before me as thou hast walked before me. And now, Yahweh of Israel, let thy word, I pray thee, be verified, which thou speakest unto thy servant David my father. But will Elohim indeed dwell on earth? Behold, the heaven and heavens of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less this house that I have built? Yet have thy respect into the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication, Yahweh my Elohim, to hearken unto the cry and to the prayer which thy servant pray before thee today, that thy eyes may be open toward this house, please take note, night and day, even toward the place of which thou hast said, my name shall be there, that thou mayest hearken unto the prayer which thy servant shall make toward this place. And hearken thou to the supplication of thy servant and of thy people Israel, when they shall pray, note, toward this place. The Hebrew Bible reads, not toward this place. The Hebrew Bible reads, in this place. Please note that according to the 30th verse. Your verse, or many of our verses read, toward this place. When you read it in the Hebrew, it reads, in this place. It continued to read, and here thy in heaven, thy dwelling place, and when thou hearest, forgive. If any man trespass against his neighbor, and an oath be laid upon him to cause him to swear, and the oath come before thy altar in this house, not toward this house, but in this house, then hear thy in heaven, and do, and judge thy servant, condemning the wicked, to bring his way upon his head, and justify the righteous, to give him according to his righteousness. When thy people Israel be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall turn again to thee. Please take note. And these people are not out, they are in. It says they're not out the land, they're in. It says when thy people Israel be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall turn again to thee, and confess thy name, and pray, and make supplication unto thee in this house. Then hear thy in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them again into the land which thou gave unto their fathers, In the 33rd verse in my book, it says in this house, but in the Hebrew, it says toward this house. In the 29th verse, the last word is toward this house, but in the Hebrew, it reads in this house. So I want y'all to know exactly what I see. The 32nd verse reads, Then hear thou in heaven, and do, and judge thy servant, condemning the wicked to bring his way upon his head, and justifying the righteous to give him according to his righteousness. When thy people Israel be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall turn again to thee, and confess thy name, and pray, and make supplication unto thee in this house, or toward this house, then hear thy in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them again into the land which thou gavest unto their fathers. When heaven is shut up, and there is no rain, because they have sinned against thee, if they pray toward this place, and confess thy name, and turn from their sin, when thou afflictest them, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy servants, and of thy people Israel, that thou teach them the good way wherein they should walk, and give rain upon thy land, not wherever they at, which thou hast given to thy people for an inheritance. If there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, blistering, mildew, locusts, or if there be caterpillars, if their enemy besiege them in the land, not wherever they at, but in the land of their cities, whatsoever plague, whatsoever sickness there be, what prayer and supplication soever be made by any man, or by all thy people Israel, we shall know every man the plague of his own heart, and spread forth his hands toward this house. Then hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and forgive, and do, and give to every man according to his ways, whose heart thou knowest. For thou, even thy only, knowest the hearts of all the children of men, that they may fear thee all the days that they live in the land which thou gave unto our fathers. Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people Israel, but come out, please take note, even the stranger had to be in that land. It says, moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people Israel, but come out of a far country for thy name's sake. For they shall hear of thy great name, and of thy strong hand, and of thy stretched out arm, when he shall come and pray toward this house. Even the stranger had to come in that land. It reads, Hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger called to thee for. The stranger can't just look to the east, nor could you, once the conditions are broken, that all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, as do thy people Israel. Remember what it says in the book of Zechariah 8. It reads, I'm trying to quote it, it says that 8 nations should grab hold to the skirt of a Yehudite, saying that we will go with thee, for we have heard that Yahweh is with thee. I ask you, where is the nations going? Is the nation staying where they at and just praying toward that house, or is the nations going to that house? Is the nations going to that land? And the nations is going to that land according to the book of Zechariah. And here it says in the 43rd verse, hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger called to thee for, that all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, as do thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have built is called by thy name. If thy people go out to battle, they in the land, but they going out to battle against their enemy, whatsoever thy shall send them, and shall pray unto Yahweh toward the city which thou hast chosen, and toward the house that I have built for thy name, then hear thy in heaven, hear thy in heaven their prayer and their supplication, and remain their cause. If they sin against thee, for there is no man that sin not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captives into the land of the enemy, far or near. Yet, if they shall bethink, meaning to bring back to their hearts, bring back to mind, if they shall bethink themselves in the land whether they were carried captive, and repent, and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carried them captives, saying, we have sinned, we have done perversely, we have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their enemies. Sounds similar to Deuteronomy, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee toward their land, which thou gave into their fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name. Then hear thou their prayer and their supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their transgressions wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before them who carry them captive, that they may have compassion on them. For they be thy people, and thy inheritance, which thou broughtest forth out of Egypt, from the midst of the furnace of iron, that thy eyes may be open into the supplication of thy servant, and into the supplication of thy people Israel, to hearken unto them in all that they call for unto thee. For thou didst separate them from among all the people of the earth, not us today, to be thy inheritance, as thou speakest by the hand of Moses, thy servant, when thou broughtest our fathers out of the land of Egypt. And it says, and it was so, that when Solomon had made an end of praying all this prayer and supplication unto Yahweh, he arose from before the altar of Yahweh, from kneeling on his knees with his hands spread up to heaven. And he stood and blessed all the congregation of Israel with a loud voice, saying, Blessed be Yahweh, that hath given rest unto his people, Israel, according to all that he promised. There have not failed one word of all his good promise, which he promised by the hand of Moses, his servant. Yahweh our Elohim be with us, as he was with our fathers. Let him not leave us nor forsake us, that he may incline our hearts unto him, to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes, and note his judgments which he commanded our fathers. And let these, my words, please take note of his words and the conditions thereof. And let these, my words, wherewith I have made supplication before Yahweh, be night unto Yahweh our Elohim, day and night, that he maintain the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel at all times, as the matter shall require. And please take note of that last sentence, as the matter shall require, that all the people of the earth may know that Yahweh is Elohim, and that there is none else. Let your heart therefore be perfect with Yahweh our Elohim, to walk in his statutes and to keep his commandments as it is this day. And then it reads, dropping down to the 66th verse, it says, on the 8th day, he sent the people away, and they blessed the king and went into their tents joyful. After hearing all these words and enjoying the dedication and the eating, joyful, glad of heart for all the goodness that Yahweh had done for David, his servant, and for Israel, his people. Well, we must pick up at the 9th verse, because as your brother have read and have spoken many times, that this does not denote us today, because those words were said to our fathers 480 years after they came out of Egypt, and these words was conditional. Thus, it reads in the 9th chapter and allows us to know that Yahweh answered Solomon's prayer. Yahweh confirmed all that Solomon said, but it was confirmed with a condition, and that condition was not met. If that condition was not met, then the Israelites does not have the right to pray nor to be a recipient of the things that Solomon asked for, because they did not keep the conditions. Let's read. And we are reading 1 Kings 9 to the 9th, first verse to the 9th verse. And it reads in 1 Kings 9, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Solomon had finished the building of the house of Yahweh, and the king's house, and all Solomon's desire, which he was pleased to do, that Yahweh appeared to Solomon the second time, as he had appeared unto him at Gibeon. And he appeared to Solomon at Gibeon in the 3rd chapter. In the 3rd chapter, he appeared to Solomon, where it allows us to know he appeared to Solomon a second time. And this appearance allowed Solomon and the people to know that the words was accepted by way of a condition. Thus it reads in the 3rd verse, and Yahweh said it to him, I have heard thy prayer and thy supplication that thou hast made before me. I have hallowed this house which thou hast built, to put my name there forever. And my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And note, there go that word perpetually again, that many people don't understand. It says in the 4th verse, and if thou wilt walk before me as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart and in uprightness, to do according to all, not the best you can, that won't do it. that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my judgments. Then, that's the condition. There's a condition. It says, if thou wilt walk. The 5th verse says, then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever. And note, the words he used was perpetually. Well, is there a king on the throne today, even though the word perpetually is there? Is there a son of David that can be found today, even though the word perpetually is there? Is there a throne to sit upon available today, even though the word perpetually is used? And the answer to all three is no. For Yahweh can stop what is perpetual. And when Yahweh forgive them and bring you back, then the perpetualness continues. But Yahweh can cease perpetualness at his will, based on his children's position of obedience. If they obey, then it's perpetual. If they disobey, it is not. Thus it reads in the 5th verse. I think I might have read it, but I'm going to read it again. Then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. But if, please take note, the condition, but if ye shall at all turn from following me, we know they did, ye are your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes, which I have set before you, and go and serve other gods and worship them. And they did serve other gods and worship them and broke the covenant. The Almighty tells us in the 7th verse, then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I had given them. And this house, the same house that many people are praying to today, which I have hallowed for my name, will I cast out of my sight. Now, why are you praying to that house today when it is cast out of the sight of the one that's supposed to hear your prayer? And Israel shall be a proverb and a byword among all people. And at this house, which is high, everyone that pass by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss, and they shall say, why have Yahweh done thus into this land and to this house? Some people say, well, I don't pray toward the house. I pray toward the land. What the Almighty said that the people would say, why have Yahweh done thus and to this land and to this house? And they shall answer, because they forsook Yahweh their Elohim, who brought forth their fathers out of the land of Egypt, where the covenant was made, and have taken hold upon other gods, and have worshipped them and served them. Therefore, the reason why your brother tells you that you don't supposed to pray to that place today, it reads, therefore, the reason why have Yahweh brought upon them all this evil. So, based on the 8th and the 9th chapter, what was said and promised and given to Solomon was conditional. And the condition was that he walked with integrity of heart, like his father walked, and all that Yahweh commanded them. Then these things would transpire. The stranger can pray, Israel could pray, and the Almighty would hear their prayer. But if they broke that condition, the Almighty is allowing us to know that he will not hear that prayer, that this house will no longer have his name in it, and that these evils will befall him, where the Almighty, as it says, therefore have Yahweh brought upon them all this evil. So it allows us to know if they broke the conditions, then that which Solomon prayed for is to no avail. Another chapter and verse that is very similar, is really the same, but I want to bring it up because they keep using it, and it is found in 2 Chronicles. Let us turn to 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter. And many of the words that we just read in 1 Kings 8 is found in 2 Chronicles. And I would like to go to 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter, please. 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter, the exact same thing. And that's what you would normally find in the book of Chronicles, because the words of the kings are placed in the book of Chronicles. So that's why you find verbatim what was said in 1 Kings. But the elders and the people that use these chapter and verses don't truly understand these things, so that's why we're going over them. 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter tells us, and it picks up the 8th chapter of Kings, actually pick up in the 6th chapter of 2 Chronicles. The 7th chapter denotes what we read in the 9th chapter of 1 Kings. So I allow you to know what's in 2 Chronicles, the 6th chapter. Please read it in your spare time during your search, and read 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter, allows us to know that Elohim glory filled the temple. It talks about the sacrifices and the celebration that the king and the people had. And then it picks up in the 11th verse is where we would like to go. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter, verse 11. It reads, "Thus Solomon finished the house of Yahweh and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of Yahweh, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And Yahweh appeared to Solomon by night, and said unto him, I have heard thy prayer, and have chosen this place to myself for an house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people." The 14th verse is what the elders in them are using, and has misinterpreted and have lack of understanding of the condition. It reads, "If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attentive unto the prayer that is made in this place." Note, made in this place. "For now have I chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually." Note, perpetually can be ceased by the Creator. For it reads, and as for thee, if, note the condition, "Thou wilt walk before me as David thy father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded thee, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of thy kingdom, according as I covenanted with David thy father, saying, this is what was covenanted with David, not that he should come back and rule the living seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but there shall not fail thee a man to be ruler in Israel. That's the words that was covenanted to King David while he was alive. The 19th verse reads, but if ye turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up by the roots out of my land. And you still praying toward the land? You still praying toward the house? It says, then will I pluck them up by the roots out of my land, which I have given them, in this house, which I have sanctified for my name, will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb, a byword among all nations. And this house, which is high, shall be an astonishment to everyone that pass by it, so that he shall say, why have Yahweh done thus into this land and into this house? And it shall be answered by those that understand the judgment of Yahweh. It says, and it shall be answered, because they forsook Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshipped them, and served them. Therefore, the reason why have he brought all this evil upon them. So I ask the listening audience and anyone that hear this recording, do these words contain to us today? Was these words telling us to pray to the east, pray to the land, pray to the house? Or was it talking to a people that was in the land under the covenant of the law? And talking to a people, allowing them to know that they must stand fast to the conditions and terms thereof. If not, all that I said that I would do, I won't do. So I ask the listening audience, is this talking to us today? Or are we reading the history of our fathers and the words and the promises that was given to them based upon their obedience? The next place I would like to go in chronological order is the book of Hosea, the 5th chapter of Hosea. This is another book and chapter that the elders bring out. I don't even want to keep saying their names. We know who we're talking about. And it's not just them. It's many people that have used these chapter and verses without understanding. So the next chapter is Hosea. Going chronological order, the next chapter is Hosea. The content is found in the 5th verse that they use in error. The book of Hosea is the first prophet of what they call the minor prophets, the 12 prophets. Hosea is the first. I need to tell you this. That way we're going to read the content and we're going to know when these things were said and who they were said to, and that allow us to know that it has nothing to do with you and I today. And that's the point. Because our brothers and sisters have used it in error, and they have taught that it is talking to us today. And that is an error. So again, Hosea is known as the first of the 12 minor prophets. What is known as the 12 minor prophets is after Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. The minor prophets is known like Hosea, Jonah, Amos, Hecubah, Haggai, Zephaniah. Those are known as the minor prophets. Well, Hosea is the first of them all. And Hosea was born in the north. And Hosea and these prophecies was known and was given during the year 770 BC all the way to 725 BC. I would also like to put this note out there for those that don't know. Hosea prophesied, or prophecy was toward the north kingdom, as I stated, where he was born. In 931 BC, the kingdom was divided. And as I stated, it takes 12 tribes to be a kingdom of Israel. Well, in 931 BC, before Hosea started prophesying, Hosea prophesied in 770 to 725 BC. Well, I want to give this info that 931 BC, the kingdom of Israel was divided. 10 nations winded up in the north kingdom, and 2 nations, or 3, could be 7, it could be 9 in the north kingdom and 3 in the south, or 2 in the south, which normally denotes Yehuda, Benjamin, and Levi. The other nations were in the other tribes was in the north. All 12 makes up the nation of Israel, the kingdom of Israel. In 931 BC, that kingdom was divided. The monarchy, the united monarchy under King David, was 1050 BC. So from 1050 BC down to 931, the nation was united. After 931, the monarchy was divided. All the way down to 732 BC. And those are some notes that you can write down to allow you to understand time and place. And what Hosea prophesies to the 10 tribes or the nation of Israel was Elohim punishment toward Israel. He let them know about what will befall them, and then his contemporary, which was Amos, that prophesied a little later, came to the north kingdoms from Yehuda, because Amos was born in Yehuda, came from Yehuda to prophesy in the north. Not so with Hosea, because Hosea already was born in the north, and he prophesied against the north. So these are things that I think is interesting, and you should know to give you a better understanding of time and place and who Hosea was actually talking about and the things that was said, what they represented. Let us look at Hosea, and let's start at the 5th chapter, the 1st verse. But before we do, take a quick look at Hosea chapter 1, verse 1. We got a couple more places, and then we'll be done with this presentation, meditating day and night according to time and place. It tells us in Hosea chapter 1, verse 1. I'll read verse 1 and verse 2. It reads, "The word of Yahweh that came into Hosea, the son of Beer, in the days," it lets you know the days that the word came to Hosea, and it lets you know the days that Hosea was prophesying. It says, "In the days of Uriah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, king of Yehudah, and in the days of Jeroboam," which is the king of the north, "the days of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, the king of Israel." The beginning of the word of Yahweh by Hosea. And Yahweh said unto Hosea, "Go, take unto thee a wife of whoredoms and children of whoredoms, for the land have committed great whoredoms, departing from Yahweh." And this is what Hosea had to go tell the 10 tribes, or had to go tell the tribes that was in the north. Now let's pick up at the 5th chapter. Because what he is telling the north, our sister and brother is telling us. And that is not following the words of Yah, nor is that following the path of Yah. Because Yah did not even send Hosea to all the people. So why are our sisters and brothers sending all the people these words? They in the wrong direction. They going the wrong way. They saying the wrong things at the wrong time. Thus it reads in Hosea, the 5th chapter, the very 1st verse to the 15th verse. "Hear ye this, O priests, and hearken, ye house of Israel." And that's exactly what it's talking about. A lot of time when we read the book and we see the house of Israel, we must know according to time and place who is it talking about, because it might be talking to the 10 tribes and not the whole nation. And these words is not talking to the whole nation. It is talking to the 10 tribes that found themselves in the northern kingdom. Thus it reads, "Ye house of Israel, and give ye ear, O house of the king." The king, we just read who this king would be. And that king would be no one other than Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel. It continues to read, "Because ye have been a snare on Mizpah, and a net spread it upon Tabor, and the revolvers are profound to make slaughter, though I have been a rebuker of them all." I know Ephraim. When you speak of Ephraim, you're speaking of the north. When you speak of Manasseh, you're speaking of the north. When you speak of the half tribe, you're speaking of the north. So I think that's how it really goes. 9.5 tribes was in the north, and 2.5 was in the south. Thus the third verse reads, I know Ephraim, and Israel is not hid from me. For now, O Ephraim, is allow us to know exactly who these words are applied to. Thy committest whoredom, and Israel is defiled. They will not frame their doings to turn into their Elohim, for the spirit of whoredoms is in the midst of them. And they have not known Yahweh. And the pride of Israel does testify to his face. Therefore shall Israel and Ephraim fall in their iniquity. Yehudah also shall fall with them. So it allows us to know that Hosea is prophesying in the north, allowing Ephraim and the priests and all them to know that they have committed whoredom. And it also allowed the northern tribes to know that Yehudah was not innocent, that Yehudah also shall fall with them. The 6th verse reads, they shall go with their flocks and with their herd to seek Yahweh, but they shall not find him. He hath withdrawn himself from them. See how easy perpetual can be ceased? They have dealt treacherously against Yahweh, for they have begotten strange children. Now shall a moth devour them with their portions. Blow ye the cornet and Gibeah, and the trumpet in Ramah. Cry aloud at Beth-aven after thee, O Benjamin. Ephraim shall be desolate in the day of rebuke. Among the tribes of Israel have I made known that which shall surely be. Note, among the tribes, for it take 12 tribes to make a nation. And we just got the information where the nation was divided, because they wound up being 9.5 in the north and 2.5 in the south. So they became divided. And we got the dates and all that for that, to understand time and place and who the Almighty is talking to at this particular time. Thus it says in the 10th verse, the prince of Yehudah were like them that removed the bound. Therefore I will pour out my wrath upon them like water. Ephraim is oppressed and broken in judgment, because he willingly walked after the commandments. Therefore will I be into Ephraim a moth, and to the house of Yehudah as rottenness. When Ephraim saw his sickness, and Yehudah saw his wound, then went Ephraim to the Assyrians, and sent to King Jareb, yet could he not heal you, nor cure you of your wound. So it allows us to know that he's talking about Ephraim, and how Ephraim tried to go to one of their lovers to try to get some help, but the Almighty allowing us to know that they could not help him, not when Yahweh is doing the doing. Thus it tells us, again in the 14th verse, for I will be into Ephraim as a lion, and as a young lion to the house of Yehudah. Even I, will tear and go away. I will take away, and none shall rescue him. And note the 15th verse, which the elders on them are teaching terribly, and they are teaching that Yahweh is waiting on us to do what is found in the 15th verse that he commanded Hosea to tell the north. It says, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense. In the Hebrew, it says, I will go and return into my place till they be guilty. That's what it says in Hebrew. In our Greek translation, it says, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In the Hebrew, it don't say until they acknowledge their offense. It says until they be guilty in Hebrew. In Greek, it says, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction, they will seek me early. So I'm asking the listening audience and anyone that listens to this recording, do the 15th verse, which is the only verse they're using, do this denote us today? Or did this denote the people who Yahweh sent Hosea to? Did it denote their time? Did it denote their place? Did it denote what they was doing or wasn't doing? And it did. It did denote the latter. This has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. so-called Israel today. This tells us exactly who is talking to, and it tells us exactly what the Almighty said, and it says, I will go and return to my place till they become guilty. Or here, or in English, until they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction, they will seek me early. And your brother have taught over and over again that this has nothing to do with us. We have many testimonies and many words in our Holy Scripture that denote this 15th verse. And one of the places that I would love to take you to is Jeremiah, the 29th chapter. And you can put Jeremiah 29 with this Hosea 5 and 15. That way, when you talk to your brothers and sisters about it, you have the notes to back up your understanding. You have the notes to back up and show your brothers and sisters exactly what is written in your Holy Scriptures. If we turn our Holy Scripture real quick to Jeremiah. Well, before we go to Jeremiah, let's do it chronological order. Let's go to Isaiah first. Isaiah 26, verse 16. I try to give it to you in a chronological order. That way you don't have to be going all over the place in your book trying to find your answer. Your answers will be chronologically. And you just go to one book to the next to give your answer. Well, we find in Isaiah, the 26th chapter, if we all turn there, please, dealing with what we just read in the 15th verse of Hosea 5. And it tells us in the 26th chapter of Isaiah, I think I want to pick up at the 16th verse. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 26th chapter, 16th verse, Yahweh, and note the testimony. Note what is revealed. It says in the 16th verse, Yahweh, in trouble have they visited thee. They pour out a prayer when thy chastising was upon them. So our fathers always did that. The Almighty ain't said, Hosea, go tell the 9.5 tribes these words, and it won't befall them until 2022. Or it won't befall them until they find themselves in America 2,000 years from now. That is not the words that we are reading. But Isaiah allowed us to know, which was one of the major prophets, not the minor prophets, let us know that that was the route of the Israelites. It says again in the 16th verse, Yahweh, in trouble have they visited thee. They always going to call upon him in trouble. So what Hosea said, that Yahweh said, that he going to hide himself until they become guilty. It says, Yahweh, in trouble have they visited thee. They pour out a prayer when thy chastising was upon them. Like as a woman with child that draw near the time of her delivery is in pain and cries out in her pains, so have we been in thy sight, O Yahweh. We have been with child. We have been in pain. We have as yet were brought forth wind. We have not wrought any deliverance in the earth, neither have the inhabitants of the world fallen. So it proves that, hey, that's what Israel always did. Not just the 9.5 tribe, but the other 2.5. They always cried when they found themselves in trouble. We got a nice testimony found in Nehemiah 9 showing how they cried and kept crying. And then Yahweh saved them. They go back to evil. Yahweh punish them. They cry again. We got the whole Psalms 105 showing how repetitive the children of Israel was doing the same thing. It also tells us in Jeremiah 29, if we turn there, please, to show us that our fathers did those things in their days, and they cried in their days. And many times Yahweh heard them, and many times he disregarded them. Thus it reads in Jeremiah 29. And if we pick up at the 10th verse and read to the 14th verse, it tells us, for thus said Yahweh, Jeremiah 29 verse 10, for thus said Yahweh, that after, not before, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you, and causing you to return to this place. So it allows us to know that you couldn't return to that place on your own. You couldn't return to that place on your time. Everything is under Yahweh's timetable. As we read in the book of wisdom, there's a season and time for everything under the sun. So it tells us, for thus said Yahweh, after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you, and causing you to return to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Then, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus the 12th verse reads, then at this time shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you at that time. And ye shall seek me and find me, when ye shall search for me with all your heart. And I, the 14th verse, will be found of you, said Yahweh. And I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you. Note, he that scattered Israel will gather Israel. Thus it reads, and I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, said Yahweh. And I will bring you again into the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. So we are reading these other chapter and verses with Hosea 5 to allow us to know that there's a time for everything under the sun. And at this time that we find in the book of Hosea, Hosea was preaching and prophesying to the north. And it was the north that Yahweh was waiting to be found guilty. Not all the tribes and not everybody at that particular time. Hosea was prophesying to the north, even though he told the north people that Yehudah was guilty also. He was prophesying to the north. Well, today, the elders of them are using Hosea 5:15, saying that belongs to us today. And that is not what it says, nor is that how Hosea used it, nor is that how Yahweh sent Hosea to the north. He did not send Hosea to the south. He did not send Hosea to the nation of Israel. He sent Hosea to the north kingdom that found themselves divided under King Jehoram. It also tells us in the 30th chapter, the very next chapter, tells us, if we take a look at the 13th verse of Jeremiah 30, it says, there is none to plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bound up. Thou hast no healing medicine. So allowed us to know that the people didn't have no healing medicine. It was nothing that they could do to bound them up. They teach that they are the repairers of the breach. How can you repair a breach that Yahweh have made? And he allowing us to know there is none to plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bound up, that thou hast no healing medicine. And as Hosea was telling the northern kingdom, they tried to get help from the Syrians, and the Almighty used the Syrians to be their captors, but they still tried to get help by the Syrians. The 14th verse reads, all thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not, for I, Yahweh Elohim, have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sins were increased. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable, for the multitude of thy iniquities, because thy sins were increased. I have done these things unto thee. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be expelled, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. For I alone will restore health unto thee, and I alone will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh, because they called thee an outcast, saying, this is Zion, whom no man seek after. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob, tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. So again, it allows us to know they had to wait, and it allowed us to know that anytime they were in trouble, anytime that they was afflicted, that they was going to cry out. Same with the children of Israel in Egypt and any other captivity. Anytime the children of Israel was afflicted, they cried because of the bondage, because of the affliction. And it does not denote us today when you read Hosea 5, verse 15. It also tells us, if we turn our books to Ezekiel. Ezekiel. Let's take a quick look at Ezekiel. It tells us in the book of Ezekiel, if we pick up at the 6th chapter, that there's nothing new under the sun. Every time Israel is afflicted, they're going to cry out. But that does not denote what our elders are telling us today. That's not telling us to cry out in captivity, to confess, or to gather ourselves together and go to Washington and tell Pharaoh anything. Our cry out was toward the Creator, and according to time and place, is talking about the people in the north. So you're using the wrong scripture to try to rouse us up. It tells us in the 6th chapter of Ezekiel, if we pick up at the 8th verse, and it reads, Yet will I leave a remnant, that ye may have some that shall escape the sword among the nations, when ye shall be scattered through the countries. And they that escape of you shall remember me among the nations, whether they shall be carried captive, because I am broken with their whorish heart, which have departed from me, and with their eyes which go a-whoring after their idols. And they shall loathe themselves for the evil which they have committed, and all their abominations. And they shall know that I am Yahweh, and that I have not said in vain that I would do this evil into them. It also tells us in the 12th chapter of Ezekiel. In the 12th chapter of Ezekiel, it tells us, if we pick up at the 10th verse, and it reads, and is wise, Ezekiel 12. And we're going to read all the way to the 16th verse. Ezekiel 12, verse 10. It reads, Say thy unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, this burden concerns the prince in Jerusalem, and all the house of Israel that are among them. Say, I am your sign, like as I have done, so shall it be done unto them. They shall remove and go into captivity. And the prince that is among them shall bear upon his shoulder in the twilight, and shall go forth. They shall dig through the wall to carry out thereby. He shall cover his face, that he see not the ground with his eyes. My net also will I spread upon him. And it's talking about Yehudah. And he shall be taken in my snare, and I will bring him to Babylon, to the land of the Chaldeans. Yet shall he not see it, because they blinded him. They took his eyes out. Yet shall he not see it, though he shall die there. And I will scatter toward every wind all that are about him, to help him, and all his bands, and I will draw out the sword after them. And they shall know that I am Yahweh, when I shall scatter them among the nations, and disperse them in the countries. But I will leave a few men of them from the sword, and from the famine, and from the pestilence, that they may declare all their abominations among the heathens, whether they come, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. So they wasn't declaring any salvation. They wasn't declaring a way to get out of it. They was just declaring that Yahweh is righteous for what he did. So that's why they declared the abominations of the people. Once they declared the abominations of the people, it make Yahweh righteous. It don't make Yahweh a monster. It don't make Yahweh wrong. It make him right because of the iniquities and the abominations that they had committed against their Creator, the only one that saved them from Egypt. So we always cried when we were being punished by the enemy, in captivity, in trouble, even in our own land, we cried. If the Almighty brought the enemy against us, against our cities, we cried. So the Almighty is not waiting on a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys 2,000 years later to start crying for what he did or what he said in Hosea 5:15. That is out of place. It also, we have two more places. The next place is Zephaniah. Let us please turn our scriptures to the book of Zephaniah. Zephaniah is known as one of the minor prophets, which is a contemporary after Hosea and Amos and the rest of them. Zephaniah did his preaching in 640 BC all the way down to 608 BC. That is the time that Zephaniah preached, 640 BC all the way to 608 BC. The place he preached in was Jerusalem. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Zephaniah chapter 2. Because here is another scripture that the elders have taken out of place and have applied it to us today. And the only way that we can really prove that it has nothing to do with us today is by showing by way of testimony who it pertained. And they are using Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1 to verse 3. Before we entertain Zephaniah 2, 1 to 3, let's please turn to Zephaniah 1. Let's read Zephaniah 1, and let's read the first verse. And the first verse tells us, the word of Yahweh, which came into Zephaniah, the son of Cushai, the son of Goliath, the son of Amariah, the son of Hilkiah, in the days of Josiah, the son of Amon, king of Yehuda. So those are the days that Zephaniah was prophesying and preaching to Jerusalem and Yehuda, not to the 10 tribes, because if you know anything about the captivities and time and place, the 10 tribes was taken. So this is during the time of Yehuda and Jerusalem, before they went into Babylon, before Yahweh sent the Chaldeans and the Babylonians against them. And it does not contain us. It contained those that lived in Jerusalem, that lived in Zion, that lived in Yehuda, and those that failed to live up to the covenant of the law in their land. Thus, if we pick up at the 2nd chapter, it says, gather yourself together. Now, before we go any farther, who is it telling to gather yourself together? Is it talking to a bunch of black people that don't even know who they are by way of genealogy, that find themselves scattered on the four corners of the earth? Or is it talking about a people that's in their land, that have a time to return to Yahweh, that have an opportunity to repent now in their day? Or is it talking to a bunch of black people, 2022? Thus it reads, gather yourself together. Yea, gather together, nation not desired. This nation not desired is dealing and denoting a shameless nation. A nation that don't even have shame for what they have done against the covenant of the law and against their Creator that delivered them out of Egypt. So when you read this not desired in Hebrew, it denotes, let me look, not desirous. Not desirous is dealing with a shameless nation. And we can find similar words in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 16. But here it reads again, gather yourself together. Yea, gather together, O nation, not desired. Before, again, as wisdom teaches us, there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus, Zephaniah is telling the people of Yehuda, before the decree brings forth, before the day pass as the shaft, before the fierce anger of Yahweh come upon you, before the day of Yahweh anger come upon you. And I have asked this question over and over again. Have the furious anger of Yahweh came upon those people that Yahweh sent Zephaniah to speak to? Are you telling us that Zephaniah has said these things over 2,000 years ago, and the furious anger have not came upon the people? So you have the opportunity today to return to Yahweh. Are you saying that the decree have not came forth? Are you saying that the day have not passed? Are you teaching that the fierce anger of Yahweh have not come upon these people? Are you teaching that the day of Yahweh anger have not come? And if you are terribly mistaken, and you truly do not understand the judgments of your Elohim. This alone, verse 2 alone, is enough proof to show Israel that this is not talking about you today. This is not talking to the so-called Mr. and Mrs. Israel of the day. This is talking to the people that that was actually breaking the covenant and that actually committed those iniquities and those abominations. Yahweh have always given our fathers a chance to repent before his anger come. If you know your scripture, you will find where Yahweh have stated that he have raised up his prophets, rising them up early, sending them before the wrath. He sent them to tell the people to return while they were in their land, while they were still under the covenant, to return now. And that's all this is talking about. Zephaniah was talking to the people that was alive in his day, and he was pleading for them to return, to do what Yahweh said. That way Yahweh might repent and not send the Babylonians against them. Thus it tells us in the 3rd verse, seek ye Yahweh, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness, it may be ye shall be hid in the day of Yahweh's anger. And some people did. One person that I can truly say that seeked it Yahweh and he was hid was Jeremiah. And Yahweh used Jeremiah to tell the children of Yehuda and those of Jerusalem what would befall them. But what befell them did not befall him. And every time he found himself in an incident where he was in some type of trouble or fear, Yahweh always made the enemy show him compassion. So he could be one that was hid from the wrath. But the majority of the people were not hid. Thus, the Chaldeans and Babylon took them, as we know they did. So it tells us again in the 3rd verse, seek ye Yahweh, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of Yahweh's anger. And as I stated, one person that I can point to is Jeremiah. Ain't nowhere in the world we can point to any one of us today because we were born into Yahweh's anger. How are you going to be hid from his anger when you was born into it and have lived it, many of us, 20 and 30 and 40 years before we even learned what we're learning today? So you have lived in the anger, but not the anger that Yahweh told Zephaniah to tell the people. We must make a difference. We must make a distinction to prove that this is not talking to Mr. and Mrs. so-called Israel of today. It continued to read, and it allows us to know it's talking about those in the land before and during the judgment. It says, for Gaza shall be forsaken, and Ascalon a desolation. They shall drive out Ashdod at noonday, and Elkron shall be rooted up. And where is those people today? You can't find them because it's not talking about us today. It's talking about a particular time and a particular place and a particular people. The 5th verse says, woe unto the inhabitants of the sea coast, the nation of the Shurites. The word of Yahweh is against you, O Canaan. I guess that's us. The land of the Philistines. I will even destroy thee, that there shall be no inhabitant, because of their pride. And the sea coast shall be dwellings and cottages for shepherds and folds for flock. And the coast shall be for the remnant of the house of Yehuda. They shall feed thereon. in the houses of Aslan. They shall lie down in the evening, for Yahweh their Elohim shall visit them and turn away their captivity. But they say this belongs to us. But note, they're only using 3 verses. The rest of the verses really show that they're in error and give them a better understanding if they read it. I have heard the reproach of Moab. That's not us. And the revealings of the children of Ammon. It's talking about people in Canaan, in the land of Canaan. Whereby they have reproached my people and magnified themselves against their borders. Therefore, as I live, said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, surely Moab shall be as Sodom, and the children of Ammon as Gomorrah, even the breeding of nettles and salt pits, and a perpetual desolation. The residue of my people shall spoil them, and the remnant of my people shall possess them. I guess you're talking about us. If you understand what happened after the children of Babylon, it allows us to know it was talking about them people and not us. This shall they have for their pride, because they had reproached and magnified themselves against the people of Yahweh of hosts in their land, not in America. Yahweh will be terrible unto them, for he will famish all the gods of the earth, and men shall worship him, everyone from his place, even all the isles of the heathen. Ye Ethiopians also, ye shall be slain by my sword, and he will stretch out his hand against the north, and destroy the Syrians, or the Syria, and will make Nivea a desolation, and a dry like a wilderness, which he did. The flocks shall lie down in the midst of her, all the beasts of the nations, both the cormorant and the Britain shall lodge in the upper lintels of it. Their voice shall sing in the windows. Desolation shall be their thresholds, for he shall uncover the cedar work. This is the rejoicing city that dwell carelessly, that say in her heart, I am, and there is none beside me. How is she become a desolation, a place for beasts to lie down in? Everyone that passed by her shall hiss and wag his head. And then it reads, to allow us to know this is not containing us, but it contained the Israelites that lived in their possessions under the covenant of the law, that Yahweh wanted them to return. And this is what it reads about how Jerusalem and Yehuda will be saved out of it. It says in the 3rd chapter, the 1st verse, woe unto her that is filthy and polluted, to the oppressing city. She obeyed not the voice. She received not correction. She trust not in Yahweh. She drew not near to her Elohim. Her princes within her are roaring lions. Her judges are evening wolves. They groan at the bones till the morrow. Her prophets are light and treacherous persons. Her priests have polluted the sanctuary. They have done violence to the law. And that ain't us, because we ain't under the law. The just Yahweh is in the midst thereof. He will not do iniquity. Every morning does he bring his judgment to light. He fails not, but the unjust know no shame. I have cut off the nations. Their towers are desolate. I made their streets waste, that none pass by. Their cities are destroyed, so that there is no man, that there is none inhabited. I said, surely thou wilt fear me. thy will receive instruction, so their dwellings should not be cut off. Howsoever I punished them, but they rose early and corrupt all their doing. So it allows us to know that they did not take heed to the warning of Zephaniah. So the things came, the wrath. We're reading about the wrath of Yahweh. We're reading about his anger. It says in the 8th verse, therefore wait ye upon me, said Yahweh, until the day that I raise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them my indignation, even all my fierce anger. For all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon my name, or call upon the name of Yahweh, to serve him with one consent. From beyond the rivers, from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my supplicants, even into the daughters of my dispersed, shall bring my offerings. And that day shall thou not be ashamed for all thy doings, wherein thou hast transgressed against me. For then I will take away out of the midst of thee them that rejoice in thy pride, and thou shalt no more be haughty because of my holy mountain. I will also leave in the midst of thee an afflicted and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of Yahweh. The remnant, which denotes those that are left, the remnant of Israel shall not do iniquity, nor speak lies. That means those that are left, those that find themselves back, it says, nor speak lies, neither shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth. For they shall feed and lie down, and none shall make them afraid. Sing, O daughter of Zion, shout, O Israel, be glad and rejoice with all the heart, O daughters of Jerusalem. Yahweh hath taken away thy judgments. He hath caused or cast out thy enemy. The King of Israel, even Yahweh, is in the midst of thee. Thou shalt not see evil anymore. In that day, for there is a time for everything in a season, it shall be said to Jerusalem, not to those finding themselves in America scattered abroad, but it shall be said unto Jerusalem, fear thy not, and to Zion, let not thy hand be slack. Yahweh thy Elohim in the midst of thee is mighty. He alone will save. He will rejoice over thee with joy. He will rest in his love, and he will joy over thee with singing. I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assembly, who are in thee, who are of thee, to whom the reproach it was a burden. Behold, at that time I will undo all that afflict thee, and I will save her that halt, and gather her that was driven out. And I will get them praise and fame in every land where they had been put to shame. At that time will I bring you again, even in the time that I gather you. For I will make you a name and a praise among all people of the earth, when I turn back your captivity before your eyes, said Yahweh. Thus, this was not talking about us, even though some of these verses, like the 11th verse to the 13th verse and the 14th verse to the 17th verse, is known to be eschatological in emphasis. And that eschatological means that it happened, but it can happen again, but it don't denote that it has happened in our day. It's eschatological just means it happened, and it can happen again. And it did happen again. Every time Israel messed up, Yahweh punished them, and he had to bring them out. And when he bring them out, there was some that was going to obey Yahweh, and then the children of Israel mess up again. He punished them. He bring them out, and there's going to be some that obey Yahweh. So even though some of these words are known to be eschatological, which mean can happen again, it does not denote the children of Israel being in captivity. See, if it happened again, they got to be back in the place they was at. They got to do the things that they was doing, and then these things happen again. You got to make a distinction. You can't tell us what happened in the land among Yahweh and then try to compare that in another land without Yahweh. You can't show us where it happened in the land under the covenant of the law, and then you compare it to the Israelites being in another land not under the covenant of the law. That is not the same. That's like comparing an apple to an orange. They both are fruit, but they are not the same fruit. And the last place that I will use that they have used, saying that we have built our houses, but don't nobody respect Yahweh house. We have did this, that, and another for us, but we won't do this, that, and another for Yahweh. And they didn't actually use the chapter, but they used the words. And with me understanding the scripture, I knew what chapter those words came from. Let us turn our scriptures, and this will be the last place we will go to for the night, which is the book of Haggai. The book of Haggai. And we was just in Zephaniah. I had everything going chronological order. So the book of Haggai should be the very next book. You shouldn't have to go far for this one. It should be the very next book, the very next page. And it tells us in the book of Haggai, I'll read what they have used or what they were implying when they were saying we build our houses and we done did this, that, and another for us, but ain't nobody trying to do nothing for Yahweh. Well, the Almighty don't want us to build him a house in defilement. The Almighty don't want us to build his sacred things in the midst of pollution. Israel always separated themselves. That's why Yahweh gave you your own land. That way you could do all the holy things that you are commanded to do in the land of the holy, among the holy. Well, we find in Haggai, the first chapter, and it tells us, if we pick up at the second verse, I'll just go ahead and read the first. It says, in the second year of Darius, so it allows us to know the time. And I think the date that I have for Haggai, after the Babylonian captivity, so he was speaking, his speech is around 520 BC. Hold on one second. I also have Haggai and Zechariah. This is 5, let me see how it goes, 586 down to 538. It denotes the fall of Jerusalem, and then the Babylonian supremacy, which is 625 to 539. Then the Medo-Persian rule, which is 539 to 331. During that time, Haggai and Zechariah spoke. So again, 5:36 to 5:15. I had 5:20, so it's during that time range. And it tells us, again, in the first verse, in the second year of Darius, the king, in the 6th month, in the first day of the month, came the word of Yahweh by Haggai the prophet, and to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Yehuda, and to Joshua, the son of Yehozadak, the high priest, saying, Thus speak Yahweh of hosts, saying, This people say, the time is not come. Ain't that something? So we saying that they speaking about the wrong time in the book of Haggai that they are using, talking about doing something for Yahweh. The people were saying that that was the wrong time. And it was the right time because Yahweh have already saved them. Yahweh have already brought them back to their possession. So the saying was, Thus speak Yahweh of hosts, saying, This people say, the time is not come, the time that Yahweh's house should be built. Then came the word of Yahweh by Haggai the prophet, saying, Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your cedar houses, and in this house lie waste? So that's how they were speaking. That's how the elders were speaking, like as if we doing good and we living in our house and we doing everything to make sure we right, but ain't nobody doing what Yahweh said. Ain't nobody trying to make sure Yahweh right. Well, there's a time for everything, and let's continue reading, because you use Haggai. It says, Now therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, consider your ways. It's talking to a people that's free, back in their land under the covenant of the law. And they was to come back to build a house. It says, Ye have sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earn wages to put it into a bag with holes. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, consider your ways. Go up to the mountain and bring wood and build a house, and I will take pleasure in it, and I will be glorified, said Yahweh. Ye looked for much, and lo, it came to little. And when ye brought it home, I did blow upon it. Why, said Yahweh of hosts? Because of my house that is waste, and ye run every man into his own house. Therefore, the heaven over you is stayed from dew, and the earth is stayed from her fruit. And I call for a drought upon the land, wherever you are at, or is it talking about the land that you possess? And upon the mountains, and upon the corn, and upon the new wine, and upon the oil, and upon that which the ground bring forth, and upon men, and upon cattle, and upon all the labor of the hands. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Yehozadak, the high priest, with all the remnant of the people, obeyed the voice of Yahweh their Elohim, and the words of Haggai the prophet, as Yahweh their Elohim has sent him, and the people did fear before Yahweh. Then speak Haggai, Yahweh's messenger, and Yahweh's message into the people, saying, I am with you, said Yahweh. And Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Yehuda, and the spirit of Joshua, the son of Yehozadak, the high priest, and the spirit of all the remnant of the people. And they came and did work in the house of Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim. So it allows us to know, and in the 4th and 20th day of the 6th month, in the second year of Darius the king. So it allows us to know who the people is, what the purpose was, and how they did not obey that purpose at that time, which has nothing to do with us doing anything toward the Creator. And one way that we can prove that is also in the book of Haggai, because what we are showing the people and have taught that Yahweh is holy all the time. And if he is holy all the time, it is nothing that we can do in the midst of the heathen that will promote holiness. Yahweh separated us to be holy. He said he is holy, therefore ye shall be holy. Well, today, just like confessing is a sacred thing, and Scripture teaches and shows that every time Israel confessed, they separated themselves from the heathen because it was a sacred and holy thing. Well, I'm asking today, are we to separate ourselves? Are we to gather ourselves and confess to Yahweh and to the nations in a defiled place? Does it make a difference if it's defiled? Well, let's answer that with Haggai, the 2nd chapter. And I'd like to pick up at the 11th verse, and it reads, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, ask now the priest, and this definitely allows you to know it ain't talking about us, because we don't have no priest. We don't know who the priest is, just like we don't know who the kings is, nor any other tribe. It says, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, ask now the priests concerning the law, saying, if one bear holy flesh in the skirt of his garment, and with his skirt, look, just the skirt touching, and with his skirt do touch bread, or pottage, or wine, or oil, or any meat, shall it be holy? Can we do what is holy wherever we at? Can we be in the midst of the heathen and still do that which is holy? It says, and note, it told you to ask the man that know. It says, and the priest answered and said no. Then said Haggai, if one that is unclean by a dead body touch any of these, shall it be unclean? And the priest answered and said, it shall be unclean. Then answered Haggai and said, so is this people, and so is this nation before me, said Yahweh. And so is every work of their hands. And that which they offer, there is unclean. And that's today. Everything you offer is unclean. When people ask us, and they've been asking us for years, so what do you suggest? And the only thing that always come out of my mouth is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That is the best suggestion that I can give anyone that find themselves unclean and find themselves in hell. I can't tell you to do something holy in a polluted place, but I can tell you to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus, it reads one more place, and now I pray you, consider from this day and upward, from before a stone was laid upon a stone in the temple of Yahweh. Since those days were when one came to an heap of 20 measures, there were but 10. When one came to the press fat for a draw out 50 vessels, Out of the press there was but 20. I smote you with blistering and with mildew and with hail and all the labors of your hands, because you're doing it wrong. But it's not denoting them being in captivity. It denotes that they ain't doing it right. They ain't doing what Yahweh said. They ain't about Yahweh business. They was about their own. And we're just comparing it with today. Yet ye turn not to me, said Yahweh. Consider now from this day and upward, from the 4th and 20th day of the 9th month, even from the day that the foundation of Yahweh temple was laid, consider it. Is the seed yet in the barn? Yea, as yet the vine and the fig tree and the pomegranate and the olive tree have not brought forth. From this day will I bless you. And again the word of Yahweh came to Haggai in the 4th and 20th day of the month, saying, speak to Zerubbabel, governor of Yehuda, saying, I will shake the heavens and the earth, and I will overthrow the throne of kingdoms, and I will destroy the strength of the kingdoms of the heathens, and I will overthrow the chariots and those that ride in them, and the horses and their rider shall come down every one by the sword of his brother. In that day, said Yahweh of hosts, will I take thee, O Zerubbabel, my servant, the son of Shealtiel, said Yahweh, and will make thee as a signet, for I have chosen thee, said Yahweh of hosts. So the point that I was actually using was to allow us to know what the elders and them said about building our house and have not done this, that, and another for Yahweh. We can't do nothing for Yahweh in that matter, and Haggai has nothing to do with Israel doing anything in that fashion in captivity for Yahweh. And then I showed and used what Haggai and Yahweh displayed to be unclean, and I'm comparing it today that there is nothing that we can do today that represent holiness while we are in defilement, while we find ourselves in hell. The only thing we have cooking is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. That will be the end of today's presentation, which was called Meditate Day and Night According to Time and Place. Hopefully we was able to display the time and the place of these events, and hopefully we opened up the listening audience eyes and anybody else that hear this recording that there is a time and place for everything under the sun, and the chapters and verses that our brothers and sisters have misrepresented does not denote this time nor this place. We will open up for comments and questions. Please remember 2 minutes per comment and question. If you would like to make a comment or question, please allow us, the listening audience, to know who we are talking to and where you are from. The line is open for all and questions. Is there any comments, questions, or rebuttals on anything that was taught this day? Is there any comments or questions dealing with the presentation called Meditate Day and Night According to Time and Place?
Oh, yes. You hear me?
I couldn't hear you. Tell us your name and where you come from, and you got 2 minutes.
Yes. Jacob Israel from Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Brother God. Isaiah 56 verse 6 to 8. Is that in the wilderness?
Isaiah 56?
Yeah.
Isaiah 56. No, that's in the land, bro.
In the land?
Yeah, that's dealing with the people that's coming back. Is that where it's talking about building the breach?
No, it's talking about where the strangers is going to have to take hold of the covenant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's in the land, bro.
So are they going to keep it before they get to the land?
No way in the world. Not according to what's written.
Okay, because I'm trying to how the way it is written, it seems like they're keeping it before they get into the land. Maybe I got some misunderstanding about that.
What verse? What verse do we need to look at?
Verse 5, 6, and 7.
5, 6, and 7 says, "Even unto them will I give in my house." If he gave it in his house, wouldn't that be in the land? Where the house at? The house supposed to be in the land, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So it says, "Even unto them will I give in my house, and within my walls." What walls? Where are the walls at? In the land of Canaan. Yeah. A place and a name better than the sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name, and they shall not be cut off. The 6th verse says, also the son of the stranger. We know that there's one law for the homeborn and one law for the stranger. So if the law was for the Israelites to do it in the land, then the law for the strangers must be for them to do it in the land. Thus it reads, also the son of the stranger that join themselves into Yahweh. I spoke earlier about what it says in Zechariah, that 8 nations shall grab the skirt of a Yehudite and say, we will go with thee. They ain't saying, oh, we found out and we'll just do it where we at. Nah, we got to go with y'all because we heard of Yahweh with y'all. And where are we going? We're going home. So the 6th verse says, also the sons of the stranger that join themselves to Yahweh to serve him and to love him, the name of Yahweh, to be his servant, everyone that keep the Sabbath from polluting it and take hold of my covenant. Note that. Not only are they keeping the Sabbath, but they under the covenant, correct? It says take hold of my covenant. And then the 7th verse, I don't know if you said the 7th verse, but the 7th verse says, even then will I bring them to the holy mountain. According to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the holy mountain is in the promised land where all the offerings will be accepted. It says, I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. We just read in 1 Kings 8 that the house of prayer was the temple that Solomon built. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted. Well, we can't offer no burnt offering nor no sacrifice in the enemy land, so how the enemy going to offer it without being in our land? So all this denote in the land, not in the wilderness, not in the enemy's land, but the land that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Also in the 4th
okay, it's beautiful, though. It's beautiful. I actually got it before you got to the verse 6. It clicked in my head.
I heard you start laughing. I knew you had it when you started laughing. Like, I heard you. Great.
Another thing is, one more thing. In terms of when we taught the law, before, when we actually going to be taught the law?
Well, according to Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, and according to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the Almighty said, I will do you as I did your fathers when I brought them out of Egypt. Well, when we search the history, the testimonies of our fathers coming out of Egypt, they didn't receive the law until they came in the wilderness. So if the Almighty going to do us or do the fathers or the following people the same as he did those that he brought out of Egypt, then we won't be a recipient of relearning the law until we are freed in the wilderness. See, because if you learn the law today, what is it going to really really do for you. You can't apply it in this man's land. This man's land is filthy. And he got his own law. And he ain't going to allow you to live by Yahweh's law. That's why Yahweh brought us in the wilderness. The wilderness denotes a place not inhabited. So the Almighty took us out of captivity and brought us to a place where nobody else is supposed to be. And that's when he started teaching us the law to do in the land that we possess.
Mm. Okay. Ezekiel 36 and Ezekiel 20?
Yes, Ezekiel 36 and Ezekiel 20.
Okay. And I'll let you know what actually woke me up to your thought of view on the scriptures. I'll let you know some other time.
Okay, sure. Great questions, though. Great questions. Is there any other comments or questions? And we are truly glad to have you on today, my brother. Is there any other comments or questions? I got a comment. Now, I just gave the chapters and verses that the elders are using to rouse up the people to go to Washington next year on September the 16th. I need a confirmation from the listening audience. Are those chapter and verses valid? Are those chapter and verses that we went over today telling us to go to Washington and confess our sins to the Most High and the people?
No, it's not. Not at all.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was teaching to somebody and y'all heard the lesson and y'all took down the notes. And I have some witnesses and somebody to back me up when I talk to the elders because they're telling me I'm in error. But we just went over it for the last 4 hours, all the scriptures that they are using. These are the main scriptures they're using. And none of these scriptures tells us today to do what they are trying to tell us to do. And it also, I hope I was allowing the people to know that Yahweh is righteous. He has done what he said he was going to do. See, this is history. They got it as if it's the present. No, this is history. These things are done. And we can show the name of the people and everything who it was done to. So how is that us? This is not us. We just fortunate enough to have the history of this. We're reading history. We're not reading the present. And mind you, most of what you have read have already transpired. The people done went back. They done already built another temple, and that temple is destroyed. So it's not talking about us, Israel. That second temple is destroyed. There is no king sitting on the throne today. There is no land that you're supposed to be praying to, nor no house today. Why would you when Yahweh said he cast it out of his sight? You're asking Yahweh for whatever you're asking for. You're just praying that way. Now, why would you do that if Yahweh said he cast it out of his sight? And a lot of people do it. Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Shalom, my brother. Yahushan from Virginia.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, my brother. Yes, excellent presentation. Meditate day and night, keeping our minds stayed upon the Most High. Understanding what's written, time and place is always key, and who he's speaking to. And we can't take what was spoken to our forefathers and try it on us, but we can see what he had told them at the beginning, and finding ourselves being witnesses of what's written and what's recorded. And far as Jerusalem, he said it's going to be a pile of heat, a desolation, uninhabited.
Yes, sir.
So It's been destroyed, and there's nothing living, dwelling there now. Everything's barren, as he stated. And we find ourselves scattered to the four corners, reading the history in all different languages as it's translated where we find ourselves. And we can only bear witness, as he said in the book of wisdom, fear him, depart from evil, seek peace, pursue it, pray for it, do good. And that's all we are able to do while acknowledging what's written. Again, excellent presentation, my brother.
And that was an excellent comment, because all that you said was true, and it should allow us to know where we at today. Like I said, we never had the opportunity to choose life from death. We was born into hell. But one thing that we can do based on the testimonies and the history that we have found, one thing we can do no matter where we find ourselves, and that is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And if you actually doing that, I don't think people really understand what the content of fearing Yahweh and depart from evil mean. Because if you do, it's not you keeping the law, but you damn near there. And you say, why you say that? Because you're refusing evil. You're refusing to do anything that Yahweh hates. And that was the main thing that was told to our fathers. So if you truly hate evil, if you truly depart from evil, you're not doing what Yahweh told our parents not to do, because you're already hating it. And that's not by way of command, that's by way of integrity. That's what it says about David, and that's what it says about Job. Integrity, what allows us to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Your integrity.
Yes.
Great comment, my brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yes, my brother. This brother Cephas out of Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say wisdom is a principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And all you're getting, get understanding.
Yes.
And it was a beautiful way you broke down. But I used to use that years ago. Gather yourself together. I marched all down to Washington, D.C. and back in those days. And those things in the book is history. These are things that Israel did. And it is a blessing for us to behold the things that was done in those times. Once upon a time, I thought it was for the day. Everybody gathered, but ain't nothing happening.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for that wisdom.
Thank you for an ear that you made here. Because it's for us all. And that's all we're trying to get is understanding. We have been taught a lot of knowledge, but many of us haven't been recipients of wisdom. But the Almighty is showing us mercy, where we're not just getting knowledge today, but we're getting understanding. So thank you for your comment. Very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I'm not going to hold the listening audience any longer. I just want to thank each and every one of you for lending the ear that ye may hear, that ye may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We will end the presentation, which was called Meditate Day and Night. Is there somebody want to say something? I thought I heard somebody trying to say something. But anyway, we will end the presentation that was called Meditate Day and Night, according to time and place, with Psalms 40. Let us all turn to Psalm 40 and end the presentation in this wise. Psalms 40. And it tells us in Psalms 40, and I will read it for us all. It reads, we waited patiently for Yahweh, and he inclined unto us and heard our cry. He brought us up also out of a horrible pit, out of the murky clay, and set our feet upon a rock, and established our goings. And he had put a new song in our mouth, even praises into our Elohim. Many shall see it and fear, and shall trust in Yahweh. Blessed is that man that make Yahweh his trust, and respect not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Many, Yahweh, our Elohim, are thy wonderful works, which thou hast done, and thy thoughts, which are to us word, they cannot be reckoned up in order into thee. If we would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offering thy did not desire, our ears has thy opened. Burnt offerings and sin offerings has thy not required. Then said we, lo, we come in the name or in the volume of the book. It is written of us. We delight to do thy will, O our Elohim. Yea, thy law is within our heart. We have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, we have not refrained our lips, O Yahweh, thou knowest. We have not hid thy righteousness within our heart. We have declared thy faithfulness and thy salvation. We have not concealed thy loving kindness and thy truth from the great congregation. Withhold not thy tender mercies from us, O Yahweh. Let thy loving kindness and thy truth continually preserve us. And it closes, for innumerable evils have compassed us about. Our iniquities have taken hold upon us, so that we am not able to look up. They are more than the hairs of our head. Therefore our heart fails us. Be pleased, O Yahweh, to deliver us. O Yahweh, make haste to help us. Let them be ashamed and confounded together that seek after our souls to destroy it. Let them be driven backwards and put to shame that wish us evil. Let them be desolate for a reward of their shame that say unto us, aha, aha. Let all those that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee. Let such as love thy salvation say continually, Yahweh be magnified. But we are poor and needy, yet Yahweh thinketh upon us. Thy art our help and our deliverer. Make no tarry, O our Elohim. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, everybody. Take this week.
Hallelujah, family. Shalom, shalom.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel.
They got out of this.
Probably.